I only get so far. So if it was hard mode, I'd be dead. I don't cancel here because that's a quick animation. Doesn't cause any risk. Here I'm gonna hold on to this because he's close to death. We don't have lethal quite yet, but we've only taken one hit, so I'm gonna take the risk here. Okay, it didn't end on Marin really. Because we ended up just hitting this anyway, so it made no difference. Grab that in time. We've already taken a hit, so force weapon there. Plenty of health, but we've already taken a hit, so there's no point in force weapon right at the end of the fight. Watch out for the yellow downgrade option. It's there, but oh, good hustle, good hustle. We only took one hit. Granted, yeah, hero modes, you literally have 1 HP, 1 hit point, well, life. So that 1 hit would kill me, but we're not running hero mode, are we? Don't gotta worry about that. Not hero mode, sorry, hard mode. When I said hard mode.
Slots. Oh, I don't do that. I just use a steady strategy to win. That's interesting though, I didn't know it's the same rhythm. Makes sense though. It is like a tap, tap, tap. It's a good method. It's, man. It's not the same, honestly. Thank you for shouting out Kamikaze. I see. Yeah, man, I've never even really tried slot because I just felt like it was too hard to be that consistent all the time. That's a good line. It's a very good line. It makes sense. I really appreciate it also, dude. Okay,
Wow,
let's
that's
see
the
if we can
funniest
get this guy.
freeze frame we've had yet. A comic despair.
Much tougher than any boss, man. I would say
Or
that.
like a comic damn or something like that.
Yeah, he's pretty cake. It's properly cake. It's appropriately cake. We have to look at the Twin Snakes version to see like the maximum liquid cake.
Pretty sure the reason they talked about how much their mom
Oh, I had him for a second.
in Point Pleasant, where
Comic damn slash a comic despair.
Never had buddy. That's fucking Alright, we just gotta knock him out. There. Nice. Love that.
Literally the first frame I unfreeze it now. Always.
That's definitely better than normal. Now let's just get the hell out of here and we're done, baby. That's what I said. First I want mattress. Surprise, bitch.
Sounds better. I still need to white balance my webcam, but I say that, I'm not going to end up doing it, but it seems to be freezing significantly less often. It's back to the default state of randomly freezing every 5 to 15 minutes, as opposed to every frame, or every 60 frames, like it was a couple minutes ago.
Controller strat? No, what? How's that work? What? Oh, no, I didn't know that. So you can like literally make them group up with the second controller. That's funny. That is crazy, I didn't know that. It says influence, but I guess that's what it means. That's interesting. For extreme, that's extremely good to know. Because God, those guards rip your room apart on extreme. So you have to really be careful with your health management, because you only have like a ration, if I remember right. That was one of the hardest things I ever did, and that's why I barely ever do it. Yeah, exactly. I wish I even knew that was a thing. It's crazy. That's a cool strat. Thank you for telling me about it. It's so funny because it makes sense because you do it earlier for the Mantis fight. So like having a second controller plugged in is not weird at all. Kenny, no.
Bad boy.
That's wild. That's cool that they're still finding out little things. Alright, we'll get our official in-game time after the ending, all that stuff.
No, they're not supposed to be up there.
I got a present for you. Which plays speedrun channel? Damn. Is that person connected to player 2 or something? That's wild. Pretty awesome. Didn't say anything else. There's a short thing after the credits. I'm surprised. I totally just jostled the hell out of my PlayStation 2.
Oh. My Wii's not even connected to my CRT, but I turn the CRT on and it like resolution switches the whole fucking like capture setup. Analog technology is so mysterious and cool. Wait, how does that even work though? Why would that, like... So the Wii's component to my upscaler, to my HDMI splitter. And then on the SCART port I have the PS2 plugged in. That SCART that's plugged into the upscaler is plugged into a HDMI splitter that's plugged to the CRT and the PS2. It's weird that just like turn the CRT on, because it's in some way connected. Because the component's plugged in the same upscaler makes it somehow connected. Interrupts the component signal. It's so weird. Very interesting. This analog technology, so I mean. So yeah, that's my argument for why Wii is retro. Because if you turn your CRT on, even if the Wii's not plugged into the CRT in any way, if the same CRT is connected to a different console that's also connected to the upscaler, it interrupts the signal. So it's still a retro signal. Yo, Snake, thank you for the raid, man. GG's on your run. Did you not watch the credits? Did you just decide, like, fuck it? Thank you. The credits are like 10 minutes long. It's pretty ridiculous. Also, there's a glitch with the Master Collection release for Metal Gear Solid 1 now, where if you have a certain graphics setting, you know how typically the IDT is still ticking while the credits are going. Like, the IDT stops after, like, the first cutscene that plays after the Liquid Chase sequence. So, IDT-wise, it's actually faster to play Master Collection, despite the fact the Master Collection has the same lows as the PS1, the same lag as the PS1. Or at least near enough. Because the IDT's not ticking during the credits. Like, yeah, you just save like 8 minutes for free in your IDT. And that's the main timing method on the board. By the way, you still have to sit through the fucking 10 minutes. If I muted Twitch. There we go. The card might cut out. It didn't. Okay. Maybe shouldn't have skipped past the prelude then. Because, yeah, now I have no music. That's kind of annoying. Let's see. Chrome, where's Chrome? 23111. Nice. Hell yeah. Was that glitchless / old bosses, I presume? No, yeah, that's not bad. It's not like you're like actively grinding the game super hard or anything, so yeah, it's pretty reasonable, pretty decent. It's not a sweat kind of time, but I mean, I'm not here to sweat, we're here to have a good time. They say as they're about to do elevator minute. I could check myself, but so in OBS nowadays, if you've clicked onto stream information and updated it, if you click back on the dock, it doesn't update. It's just at the same cached status as it was when you last went on there. So it's not going to tell me what the FF7 category is unless I go onto my channel. Can someone tell me if this is the like FF7 category with like more followers that says 1997, or if it's like the other one? No pressure. You don't have to do that, but if someone doesn't mind telling me which one it is, then that'd be good. 1997, it's the one with like 200k followers or something. You know, thank you for everything. Oh. Just need to go in and change that. That's annoying. I can't just use the command to change it to FF7. I was incorrect though. I clicked on the stream information tab and it has updated to that one. So I guess I can still do the set game FF7 command and then just change to the other one if it doesn't do it correctly. 500k followers rather, sorry. It's because of the new Steam version, the new like HD release. They added a Twitch category for that for some fucking reason. $500k followers isn't actually that much for FF7, but I guess like most of the FF7 audience is on YouTube. I mean, like speedrun-wise, you do get more viewers streaming like runs of FF7 on Twitch compared to YouTube, but just as as a overall like umbrella like content thing, like FF7 is more of a YouTube thing, I would say. What's up, Reverend, by the way? It's good to see you, man. I was gonna go straight into Shinra, but the thing I messed up today was actually the tracking and like the climb up to Shinra, so I need to actually practice the full minute here. So in order to do a full minute for elevator, your stone value needs to be set to 33. Now in an actual run, provided you don't somehow hard reset before Shinra, your stone value will always be 33 because you always do squats. No matter what skips you do, you end up doing squats in War Market. And that sets the stone value to 33. If you're loading up a save from boot, your stone's at 0. And the elevator tracking we do is based on stone value 33 for obvious reasons. So for that reason, we actually need to practice in a full minute. We need to go into War Market first. You don't gotta do the whole squats, you just gotta initiate it. I think in theory, like even if you initiate the practice, it might set the stone value to 33, but I'm gonna initiate the actual thing, just in case. Okay, so you don't actually have to split the screen like I'm about to do here. I'm just doing it to shuffle the RNG a bit and to make it feel more like natural to how you're in a run. Like in a run, you exit Broken Road and then you enter Eris's Garden and you go around and you do the movement. So it's kind of to like emulate the feeling of doing it in an actual run. But mostly me splitting the screen here is just to like shuffle the RNG a bit. So I don't always get the same pattern from boot. I mean, we bonked anyway, so we weren't going to get the exact same pattern, but... I mean, sometimes you bonk and you get the same pattern as if you didn't bonk, if that makes sense, but... Sometimes it shifts the RNG a bit. there was definitely a glow at the end then. 100%. Has to be. 3, 1, 1, 1, 2. Okay, even if I have like turbo perfect mash it, I'm not going to be able to hit the first one. The first one is 243 to 51. There's a Group 4 list 196 at just before 5 o'clock. Like 4:48 to 5. What are the ranges like on that one there? The third screen, which is the one I had the most trouble with being consistent with, has a +5 lenience. So I should probably not go for that one. 3-0 to 308. That has the same problem. What about 322 to 330? More or less the same problem. Yeah, let's leave at 3:30 with Group 0 list 64. 129 offset. Uh, 145. So if I go for the aim target on this group and list, it's going to be the last possible metronome value, like the slowest offset possible. But if I aim for the 1 frame after, I know this doesn't make sense, but like the metronome cycle in the elevator like cycles round. So if I aim for 1 frame late, I can actually hit the earliest possible one. But my machine's not going to be good enough for that, so let's go for aim instead. 129, which is the slowest. That's 3. 1 on the safe crystal clock. 2 when it faces down. 3. Like you see how, based on the safe crystal facing downwards, like the pointed it. Oh. It's somewhat shit. It's the awkward thing about this save file. How many do we have? 55. It's not great. But considering we're practicing going for a full minute here, if we were to get a full minute with that low grenade count in an actual run, we'd be fine. Attack with Cloud here, right? I wasn't sure because my CRT, like, sometimes if it's at the top of the menu there, it like warps it a bit and it makes it look like Cloud's gonna get the ATB sooner. When in reality, he doesn't. Okay, -8 to +2. This is a pretty tight first screen, but our movement was good enough. You have to, like, in theory, it's faster to go up, like, you know, like at the end of the screen there, like. It's faster to cut in to the right rather than hold up right, but you've got to waste a bit of movement there as part of the routing if you're going for elevator minute. Okay, that was -25 to +19, so we're probably fine. Plenty of early lenience, plenty of late lenience. And then this was -21 to +9. There's no way we were wasted 9 field screen frames. 9 field screen frames is basically being equivalent to like 18. Because it's frame rate is like around 30 on field screens. I think Cloud has a limit ready here. Not quite. Might put in Car Run in there. Run up plus 45. Run up plus 45. Oh, good job, webcam. What, Leo? I'm kind of needing to enter the tank here a bit, but I'll try to respond to you. Yes. Did you not hear me say good job, webcam? I guess I misspoke. Is this thing on? Is it picking up my voice? Oh, I guess Leo might have come in just at the last possible moment when I stopped speaking. But it shouldn't be his fault. You know, it does happen sometimes. Sometimes it just happens. You come in, literally, the ad finishes literally the frame they finish speaking about what you're about to message about or post about. No, it's early. I was not muted. I definitely wasn't muted. I know for a fact that I wasn't muted because when I clicked back on my stream I could see that the mic bar was active. No cross, no grayed out bar. Maybe I might just didn't pick it up though. Let's turn it around a bit to make sure it picks up my voice more. Okay, this is like... The metronome offset is literally the last possible frame, so we don't actually have to mash that fast here. But you could have a granny mash and still make it. But... That was early, I think. 15. No, apparently we're dead on. So what if we go for 4? And then 5? I can limit here, I think. Could have used it just now and hope for a crit, but wishful thinking that one. So 430... 4305 is optimal. It's 4. Here it's position 3, 2 buffers. One, two. The initial buffer doesn't count because you have to do that buffer every time. In order to be able to react to his position, so you discard the first buffer. 0. Perfect. Unfortunately, we can't get Stow Minute here. But if we wanted to go for Stow Minute with this group and list, we'd be wasting 20 seconds, so it's not worth it. That's position 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, technically on optimal, it would have been optimal to get position 5 and go for the 0 buffer there, but we got position 6 and have to do 5 extra. And that cost us 3 extra seconds. It's close enough though, right? Optimal is like 10 to 15 seconds anyway. Best case scenario there, we were getting 17, so it's still technically suboptimal by like 2 seconds. I know that sounds like a bit of an option select, but I don't want to be here all day practicing the same thing, you know? You know, I can take the concession of being 3 seconds slower than optimal. Like, you know, I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. I don't want to be here for the next hour to 2 hours trying to shave off 3 more seconds. Especially when we're just gonna end up getting a pattern that's locky and easy and gives us a 15-second one for free. And it's like, you know, it's not gonna be a case of I deserve that, it's just gonna be a case of I got a lucky seed. May as well practice guards while we're here. Oh, I forgot to change my YouTube file. For my webcam froze. Maybe you're right. I was so focused on elevator then I don't even remember, to be honest. I'll just take your word for it. I'm past elevator, I don't need to be solely intuited and stressy, because we got it. And that's why I'm practicing it. Make sure that doesn't happen in an actual run. We usually don't target the wrong person. Yeah, I was so focused on the elevator that I just decided to go about a headcanon that you were lying, but I got it, so I don't need to be emo. I don't need to be edgy. We've got the strat. Which means I don't need to be sitting here for an hour or 2 until I get it once, which is good. So we got it first try. And also, yeah, we wasted 3 seconds at the end, but that elevator was already like a slow one, like the panel press was slow, because it was the slowest possible metronome offset, because it had to be for that specific grouping list. I mean, technically it could have gone for the first possible offset, but my metronome wouldn't have been good enough for that. If I'm running turbo, I'd go for that shit, but not on turbo. So yeah, technically I was already losing time to the slower metronome press, even if only 20 to 30 frames slower, some shit like that. Technically I could have left then, but whatever. And if we left then, we would have got best instead of bomb. Which means we could have just mashed through here, instead of having to like go down to bomb, but practice my down mash here, practice my star step. Hang on. Just for the formality of it, I'm gonna play here until I get an encounter, and then I'll read your messages. Oh, you mean you're saying like me getting caught there was like getting crushed by the fucking tikis? Is that what you mean? Don't want to be wasting that movement in an actual run, especially if I take the elevator. Seem off. Let's see. Yeah, I put a lot of I put like a lot of effort into my upscale and making sure the game was like at good levels. Tired Pleb gave me a shout out. Oh. So I checked Windows, my microphone's set at 100, but what I can do is I can put a gain. In the past, I've not wanted to use a gain because like I was under the impression it would like roboticize like the noise suppressor, but Corona was telling me that he uses both and that's fine. Okay, how's this? Is this too much? I just put a gain filter on. You're in. Okay, so gain filter off. How does this sound? Everything sounds fine? Alright. No problem. Like, if you were the only one who'd ever, like, been like, oh, your level's off slightly, I'd probably be, like, cynical, but, you know, you're far from the only person that called shit like that out, so I'm willing to, sit here and balance it if not in the middle of, like, a run. Yeah, let's change my YouTube title. Okay, title is changed on YouTube's. So, Boodles game with the highest total playtime on Twitch was Final Fantasy 9. But the game that made him the streamer he is now is 7. Well, when he was always a really good streamer before 7, but like 7 allowed him to, you know, let people be aware of how talented of a streamer he was and is, you know. Like, he already had that talent, he already had, like, emotional understanding, he already understood, like, Twitch banner, like, humor, stuff like that. Always had the resolve, always had, like, the, mental fortitude, you know. Always had that growth mindset, but FF7 was such a big game that allowed more people, it allowed him to come across, like, more eyes, like, it, you know. Like, he was able to get people more aware of him. You have a PB in 9? But yeah, more people were exposed to him from FF7 because it's a significantly more popular game than 9. 9 is arguably more popular of a speed game, even though like most popular 7 streamers probably get like more views than FF9. Like overall, FF9 is more popular as a speed game, but like FF7 is more popular like, as a content category. Date modified. So, the splits file I'm about to look at, I finished more runs than this. This is just the finished runs I've had on this splits file, and there are some runs I finished where the splits crashed. But, let's go through and count. I have had... first PB... I can't really call that a PB, that's just like a first run. Technically it's a PB, but I'm not going to call that a PB, just for argument's sake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That one doesn't really count because I loaded up a backup save. Technically it wasn't a save I made during that run, so I'm going to count that. 11. So just looking at my PSX vanilla splits file for FF9, I've had 11 PBs. And obviously I finished runs of HD, finished runs of PSX Digital, etc, etc. So I finished at least 11 runs. Or let's say I finished at least 13 runs, because I've had 2 runs where the splits crashed on PSX vanilla. So I finished at least 13 runs. No, I finished more runs than that, but I've had at least 13 PBs on PSX vanilla alone. Did I PB and Headdy? No. You know how I was on a crazy run the other day, and then I died for the final boss twice? I beat up the Wii, I went back in the game, and my save state, like my save session, was still on that final boss, so I just practiced the final boss. I just did the final boss, which I didn't do when I rage quit the other day, because I choked the PB, and choked my second fastest run, so I just rage quit. But I went back to the Wii menu, so the session was still there when I went back to the game. I wasn't actually doing a run of Headdy, I was just finishing the run that I didn't finish the other day when I rage quit the final boss. Explains where you lost your streak. Damn, sorry. Oh, that's far and away the biggest streak I've had on this channel. Might be... The route seems pretty annoying. But yeah, like, even Mario, as hard as those games are, like, the final bosses in those games are like a formality. They're really easy. Like, you might lose like a few seconds, you might lose like 20, but you won't really die unless you get short of like an elephant tranquilizer, you know? Like, the final bosses of Mario games. Unless we're talking about the first game, I mean, it's still technically a boss. If you're trying to hit like the earliest possible frame, you could die and lose like 30 seconds. But if we're ignoring that, 'cause it's not really, you know, it's not really like a staged boss in the same way that other Mario games are. The final boss it's a Mario game, so the final bosses are fucking easy, you know? In Dynamite Headdy, you can finally get good luck and actually survive all the way up to the final boss and then just get fucked. And technically, there is something you can do about it. It's not like Final Fantasy runs where it's like, you couldn't do anything. It's like, I got unlucky, but technically, if I performed well, I could have avoided dying there. So you don't even really get the same like vindication with Dynamite Headdy as you do with FF runs, because you know at the end of the day, technically, if you performed, you could have played around that bad RNG, but you just didn't adjust well enough. You didn't adapt well enough. So it's a very tough pill to swallow. And also, I had incredible luck. Like, my RNG up to that point was really good, so it's like, I can't complain if the final boss gives me, like, tough, slow RNG, because it gave me crazy RNG the rest of the run. So it's hard to, like, come to terms with it and take it in stride. The concept is to leave the head and run away from shit. Dodge attacks, I think. I think his bottom half is still like, there's still a hitbox there. I'm pretty sure you still take damage. Even if there's no head there, I'm pretty sure you still take damage if like something hits your body. Or if it hits the hitbox that's on your body. You played Dynamite before when you were a kid. Not on Wii, Sega. Okay, why do you say this game looks shit? Oh, this game's terrible. This game looks garbage. Why do you say all that if you've played it? Why would you say all that if you have played it before? You wouldn't be like, oh, the game is terrible. Like, that doesn't... I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced you played it. Based on... Okay, yeah, you're stoned right now, you're pretending you played it, but based on what you were saying about the game before, and the end to be like, no, stop judging the game by how badly I'm playing, you can't judge the game by... Like, it's not the game's fault that I'm playing like shit. Never judge a game by a shit player, etc, etc. You know, I had to go into that whole spiel. Get into the weeds with you about like, no, the game's not shit, I'm just making it look shit. I feel like I wouldn't have had to go through that and explain that if you had actually played it. I'm not even in the top half, so I don't even memorize. Like, if I'm not in the top half of a board, I'm not memorizing that position. Especially, I mean, this isn't the case with Dynamite Headdy. For like a more popular speed game where there's like thousands of others, I'm not going to remember that position on the board. But even around like Headdy, I'm not in the top half of the board, so why did I even bother like looking at my position? Like, imagine if I was so conceited as to be like, oh wow, I'm in the top 16! 27 runs on the board. But I'm in the top 16! You know, like, why would I even memorize that? I'm not even an established runner of the game, so... I mean, alternatively, you could have looked yourself as well, but... Perhaps doing fucking nothing right now, so it barely matters. But yeah, I was on a crazy run the other day, like, the RNG was so good, but I was just too tired to take it. Okay, I did one attempt, and I was, you know, I wasn't tired just yet, but the luck just wasn't close to as good, and then I do another attempt, start getting tired, and then the RNG is just fucking insane. But yeah, I was significantly on best pace before the RNG points of the game really came up. But by the time I got to the halfway point of the run, I was just like, I was throwing cycles, having to do like 4 cycles instead of like 3 cycles, losing significant time to like slower fights. And yeah, I was like, even before I started choking, I was like, okay, I'm too tired to take this RNG. What the fuck, game? And I choked the RNG because I was too tired to take it. But it shows, because, like, when I booted up the Wii earlier and I went onto the final boss, and, like, you know, just after I died, the state was there. Went back in game, and I only took one hit the whole fucking time. You thought you were the best lemon player in the world? You haven't even been attentive about lemon. You haven't even played the game in a way, like, in a serious fashion in any capacity. There has been no, like, conscious effort to be optimal or, like, you know, clean or consistent. You've never had that, like, regime around that game, so I don't know. You know, that's kind of unfounded. Like, you haven't even put any effort into Lemon. Like, really. Not really. Not in my opinion. Yeah, but you hadn't bothered to, like, root the game. Like, go through and be like, okay, this is the shortest path from A to B, I can switch character here and save, like, 7 seconds because they're close to the door. Like, you haven't even, like, gone through and rooted that when you were younger. It's like me getting to Cosmo Canyon and being like, oh boy, my IDT is 12 hours. The last time I got to Cosmo Canyon, the IDT was 16 hours. Oh my god, I'm so good. Like, there's been no, like, conscious effort to, like, root or anything. Like, you haven't even tried to be good at Lemon. And I think you could be good at Lemon, but you don't... You're not willing to put your ego on the line. No, it's easy, like... If you're not... You know, if you're not feeling the results instantly, just call it a kid's game and then just take it in stride. Like, oh, it's just a baby game, who cares? Come back to it with a fresh mindset. I don't care how good I do in this game, because this game's a baby game. It's a decent speedrun. It is. But you can get GameCube World Record without any skips. Is that how you define a decent speedrun? Something that's surface level and not deep? I kind of feel like the opposite. I don't know. The depth in Lemon has depth to the double jumps and, like, the up walks and stuff like that. Like the metronome, like, where you do the double jump at the dock and you get to the target and you have to, like, hit the target at, like, a specific rhythm. Like, stuff like that gives the game depth. But you don't need to do any of that to get World Record on GameCube. Like, to get GameCube World Record, you don't need to do any of the stuff that actually makes the game deep. But yeah, you can get GameCube World Record without any of that. And to me, something being surface level doesn't make it a better speed game. I don't know. To me, a good speed game is something that's accessible with an extremely low floor, but has an extremely high ceiling. To me, that's what makes a really good speed game. Like, if a speed game's like, oh, you have to be this good to reach a floor where you're actually speedrunning it, but then the ceiling isn't even that much higher than the floor itself. There are speedruns that are, like, pretty high floor, but then an exponentially higher ceiling. I think if it's like, you know, the entry point, you still feel like you're speedrunning the game. Like, people still see you as your, like, watch you play, and they still consider that you're speedrunning the game. It's accessible. The floor is extremely accessible, but then, you know, you can reach incredible heights. To me, that's what makes a good speed game. Which FF are you talking about? FF7 is the best example of playing a game intended. We skip the second reactor, we skip the Khan flashback, we skip some of the bar dialogue, you know, we skip some of the train dialogue, we skip Cosmo Canyon, we skip the Midgar raid section, which is arguably the hypest and coolest part of the game. Is that like an example of playing a game as intended? I'm not sure what you mean. My personal favourite speed game has a floor which is like almost halfway up, but then the ceiling's like exponentially high. But I think on paper, like in a vacuum, something that's like low entry point, like the floor is incredibly low, but the ceiling is like pretty fucking high. That is a better speedrun, but personally my favourite speedrun, which I'm not disclosing, has like a intermediate floor, but then like a seriously high ceiling. When I was new to Lemon, it took me 20 years to beat the game, because I got stuck in the Peppermint Popper section at the dock. It took me 2 decades to beat it. Smile. I think I got it like used at Game Shop in 2005 or something. You went for puzzle pieces and parcels. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you I will come back to Lemon when you beat my 100% time. You don't have to do 100%. If you can just beat my 100% time on any percent, then I'll come back to Lemon. That's why I've sent that. Because it's pretty apparent that these excuses exist of, oh, I'd go for all puzzle pieces and parcels. Like, okay. Beat my 100 time on any percent. If you have to collect everything to make yourself play faster, somehow, then, yeah. On Game Boy Color? I mean, those, like, Game Boy Color RPGs, they, like, the, like, difficulty spike is pretty significant in those. You remember Monty's as an ordeal? Bro, like, Monty's has always been, like, my favourite part of the game. Like, every time, even before I managed to beat the game for the first time, like, when I had it in 2005, on successful playthroughs, I was like, oh yes, get into Monty's place. This place is so fun. Love this place. Such a good atmosphere. The puzzles are cool, like, the character switching's cool, there's a lot of variety. I've always loved that section of the game, even back when I played it, like, way back when. And even now, I'd say it's, like, my favourite part of the game. Even in a speedrun setting, you have the bridge skip. Well, first of all, you have temple skip before you get to East and West. But when you get to West, you have the bridge skip thing, the double jumps. That's super cool. Casually, it's by far my favourite part of the game, and in the speedrun sense, I'd still argue that it's the best part of the run. Nobody goes in the fireplace immediately. You're like, what's the secret file? I didn't go like that. I was just like, okay, let's see the rest of the game. I didn't stop to think, oh, I need to collect everything. I just proceeded with the game. I know you're speaking in hyperboles, but with how niche of a game it is, me being one person, that's still a pretty significant percentage of people who actually recall having memories of playing the game. So I think saying nobody does that is a bit disingenuous. If it was a game like FF7 and someone said nobody, and they were like, I was like, oh, but I did that, they could be like, well, you're like one in, like, what, 50 million? But this is fucking a series of unfortunate events we're talking about. Really incentivizes the Hondo? I don't know, like... The reason that's like a command is when I have the title of this. Look at me, I'm a raider in my own channel. You always hated the books? The books are cool, man. Like that's arguably like the part of the game that requires the most like spatial reasoning, you know? I mean, like, yeah, like, you can go, like, frame by frame and just internalize the pattern, but, like, you can just inherently just understand what the natural like optimal order is, just by like having that brain, you know, like. Like, that book section is the IQ test of a series of unfortunate events. Like, it really is. There are other points that test that, but that's, like, the biggest one. It's your routing in the library. Can you imagine missing the Pleasant Pain jump as a casual? Oh no! I have to go back to the book and take another 20-30 seconds. This will ruin my casual playthrough. What do you mean? Like, you fall down and maybe... I don't even think you take fall damage, but if you do, it's like a smidge and you lose like 20-30 seconds. How is that, like, a detriment to a casual playthrough? What do you mean? I just picked this game up from the game shop 2 hours ago, and now I've just fallen down and I have to spend 30 extra seconds putting the book back in the place it's supposed to go. Yeah, sorry for being a condescending prick. I guess while we're here, let's add the non-turbo splits back. I've been meaning to add those back, but I've always just been like, oh, I'd rather just get into a run than add these. But we're here, and there's no point in starting the run, it's almost 9 PM. Let's add these non-turbo splits back. For posterity. Or prosperity. Oh jeez, oh man. Yeah, suffer from 8, not 7. Where are these non-turbo splits? Let's see, open notepad. Did you have trouble with the pod puzzle in the living room in Monty's as casual? The pots? No, why would I? What's the confusion? I guess in all fairness, like, at any point, even around the time period that we've been doing attempts on them, I haven't been stoned once. Like in the midst of my grind 11, or even around that time, I wasn't smoking any weed. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Yeah, I think I take it back. You know how I told you, if you finish a run literally the day after you finish the run, like you finish a run, get up next day, you finish another run, you'll PB by 20 minutes. I'm not so sure about that. I feel like that's true if you don't smoke any weed between that run you finished that night and then the following day. If you haven't smoked any weed in that period, you'd PB by 20 minutes. But smoking weed, I don't know, maybe you'll PB by like 10 minutes at most. Like, you can absolutely get to world record level, like, even Xbox world record level in Lemon smoking weed, but the progression won't nearly be as significant. Like, instead of, like, getting a 20-minute PB and then a 10-minute PB and then 5 and then 2 and then yada yada, it'll be like you'll get a 10-minute PB and then you get a 1-minute PB and then you get a 1-minute PB and then you get a 1-minute PB. That's what the progression would be like if you're smoking weed between your attempts at that. Whereas if you literally just, for one day, you finish a run one night and you get on the next day, don't smoke any weed and you just do another run, you'll PB by 20 minutes. But if you're smoking weed between then, it's not going to be quite as significant. Drink and stream together and run Lemon? Nah, bro, you're gonna slip a slur. You're gonna slip a slur if you do that. I ain't chancing that shit, bro. We could do a Discord stream, drunk, but I'm not, like, going on Twitch with you, like... I don't know, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Yeah, we need to find the night one I'm willing to drink. I've been, like, refraining from drinking lately, like, even at work. It just makes me really bitter. I don't know. I just reflect back on fucking conflict from like 10 years ago plus and just fucking come up with hundreds of fucking like, arguments and just like everyone's changed since then and you're just sat here just fucking trying to rewrite any fucking narrative you have in your head to make it that you are correct in that position. Pop a shootout, low HP, drunk. I could do that. I probably wouldn't do it first try, but I think I could do that. Like a few attempts. Yeah, these non-poe splits seem correct now. You have a deathless run, that is the sobriety check, not necessarily. I was sleep deprived as fuck. You know that run I did in the race the other day when I literally hadn't touched the game in 5 months and the last time I played it was 100%, so I still had the 100% muscle memory instead of any percent, so I was like going in the wrong doors and shit. I was so sleep deprived, I was practically in the state of like being drunk, and I still just... The only death I took was the one where you save 15 seconds by doing it. Because you temple skip, you grab the trophy, and then you take a plunge. You change character, you plunge to the water with that character. But automatically, as a result, switch to another character, you take a plunge to the water, and then that spits you right next to the exit door. you're not gonna not do that one just to be like, oh, this is a deathless run, because it's like that saves too much time for something bullshit like that, especially when your HP gets refreshed right up to full from doing it. Like, you're not just gonna be like, oh, I want to go for a deathless run. Other than that death, which was literally optimal to do, I didn't take a single death. I was practically in the state of being drunk. Lemon Law Enforcement. No way you can beat a Deathless Hammered. I mean, I basically did. Like, if I'm sleep deprived, ignoring, you know, if we're talking about being blackout drunk, like, maybe not, but me, when I've been drinking, but I can remember what's going on, or remember what happened, etc., it's the same state of me being sleep deprived, essentially, I would argue. And I did it sleep deprived, so... But you said hammered, so you probably mean like blackout drunk. Blackout drunk, yeah, you're probably right. I'll probably just take a death on purpose and be like, XD. I've never drove, period. This is cringe as fuck, but I was going to learn to drive last year, but then I decided to pick up the Pokemon Battle Revolution run on the side. And because I still cared about getting my sub 640 in FF7, I was like, well, if I want to have any level of competency with these two games, I'm going to have to not pick up driving lessons. I wanted to just play FF7 and go for my sub 640 and then have driving lessons on the side. That way, I wouldn't have to learn anything new for FF7. I could just run that, and I could put all my learning, all the learning part of my brain, like solely into driving. But I was just like, I want to pick up Pokemon Battle Revolution. I don't know. This Oceanfly shit seems pretty cringe. I don't want to run the new 90% route, so I'm just gonna run Pokemon Battle Revolution a little bit. So yeah, I was fucking playing Pokemon instead of learning to drive last year. I'm a fucking idiot. It can be, yeah. Like, absolutely. Oh, definitely. I feel like I could learn to drive if I'm running a game where I don't have to learn anything new. Like a game like FF7, I've got hundreds of hours in. I basically have all the knowledge and ammunition I need to go for a sub 640. So I don't need to learn anything new. I can just run that game, and then when I'm not running, just pick up driving. But I was just like, this Oceanfly shit looks cringe. Let's run Pokemon Revolution for a bit. Yo, Colin, what's up, man? Had amazing luck with 8 attack buffers on this guy. I mean, yeah, our step fruit doesn't involve this guy. The only reason you see him here is because I like saved it, elevator or whatever. And I just did the puzzle screen after as practice. We don't face this in the current no slots step fruit, or at least not in the current no slots of long range step fruit. But back before, like back when this formation used to be in the step fruit, like I'd get pretty. I mean, I'm saying that I never used to go for attack buffers, but I used to get pretty, like, consistently quick freeze from this enemy. Very fine, yeah, I feel it. Like, the triple one's annoying, but there's a lot of nuance for knowing whether to change buffer, whether to attack buffer, whether to just not do any buffer. There's a lot of like nuance, like decision making behind reacting to those ATBs and what their opponent's doing and such. Oh yeah, fuck the hammers. I mean, cloud spinning is pretty funny, but still annoying. If you die driving, you die for real. Yeah, there's no respawn. Like, when I play racing games, I play on manual, but I would never... I don't think I'd ever use manual, like, driving IRL, because in a game you can just respawn if you fuck up driving manual. If you fuck up driving manual in real life, you potentially just die. So, like, I have all this elitism for, oh, the only true way to play racing games is manual, but then I don't even know how to drive. It's like, alright, you pretentious prick. Visibility, yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, I turned the stream into a just chatting stream because I found what Leah was typing to be intriguing, better or for worse. Got to stop here and adjust my audio levels because he thought they were messed up and felt like responding. But yeah, that's definitely pretty low count here. Like, just put off learning to drive to play Pokemon. Like, can't even say low count properly. Driving to the gym instead of walking? Huh. I just do gyms and Pokemon. Lol. You fight gyms and Pokemon. Haha. XD. You don't fight gyms in Pokemon Battle Revolution, then? I mean, you live in the States, Leo, it's different. It's pretty chaotic. It can be pretty chaotic here, and you know, we have like more potholes and stuff, typically. Or at least in the urban areas, there's like significantly more potholes compared to urban areas in the States, but it's not the level of, like, you know, driving in the fucking States. It's not even close to that level of chaotic. Sometimes it feels like it, but Pothole Central, okay, yeah. I've never been to the States, obviously, but, yeah. Can't talk my ass a bit here, but... I mean, I live in the southwest of England, so it's gonna be more pothole heavy. Oh, yeah, UK. How did I not know that? Yeah, Leeds? I could have visited you like a couple months ago if I knew that. That's why I went on my trip. Yeah, let's cook my brain. Nah. He's just a scapegoat, so I can use that excuse. Cook my own brain by vaping. Do you play melee? Do you ask that to every person you come across? At a bar. Go shoot a look. You go over. Oh, do you play melee? So when it came out, we lost. Yeah, fair enough. Like, melee kind of grows on you, I feel. I mean, obviously that's not for everyone. Like, a lot of people go into tournaments straight away, but like, you know, I watched my brothers play it growing up, and I loved the soundtrack, but I was just like, this game doesn't seem that appealing, and I just play it Tekken 3. But whereas Brawl, I played that. That was like the first Smash game that I owned personally, and I actually played, and I loved that game straight away. I still love Brawl almost as much as Melee, but like Melee has grown on me more, I would say. I've always preferred the soundtrack of Melee to Brawl, even if Brawl's soundtrack is insane. Like, even when I had Brawl, I was like, man, I miss Melee's soundtrack, but gameplay itself, for most people anyway, obviously the competitive people, you know, they had more of a gravitation towards playing melee more straight away compared to Brawl. But I feel like for most people, like Brawl is just like a lot easier to just like sink your teeth into immediately. Like, compared to melee players, they're very much like the exception and not the rule. A Disney adult game, Melee? Nah. Brawl's like a fucking Disney game. Played a lot more Smash Bros on the Wii and for the next part. It was incredible. Yeah, I love Smash on the Wii, Smash Brawl. Nothing but good memories. I mean, there are some bad memories of that game. Playing all events and very hard and getting the bad RNG on the Pokemon stage. You know, the one where it like flips around and it like changes. Like, if there's no fighting going on, I can understand, I can comprehend knowing how to move around that. But if I'm focusing on the opponent while trying to deal with those like flipped mechanics, like my brain just can't handle that shit. And so like every time I played all events very hard, I'd get to like whatever stage I was and be like, please don't give me that stage, please don't give me that stage, and I would get that stage and be like, fuck. Yeah, like the one with Palkia and Dialga, or whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah. The game when it came out, it was 7 in 2001. Yeah, like I was only like 5 years old when Melee came out. Well, technically the EU release was 2002, so I was 6. Actually, no, even the Japanese release, which was the earliest release, was November 21st, so no, yeah, I was 6 when me looking up. I watched my brothers play it with their friends, but I don't really play it myself. Yeah, Melee is quite possibly the most toxic teen fighting game, or even just teen game on the planet. Or at least the most toxic official teen game. T for teen. Wasn't Soul Calibur 2 like 16s plus on certain platforms, or am I thinking of like Soul Calibur 3? Splinter Cell was 16. Well, I guess over there you don't have a 16, it's just T and there's M. But over here, like, Splinter Cell was either 15 or 16s plus. Whereas Melee was 11s plus. And then Brawl was 12s plus. Norris Tomorrow was my first Splinter Cell. I'm not really into like stealth games though. Like I'm into MGS, but it's a stealth game on paper. But aside from like the warehouse parts of Metal Solid 1, like it's not really that much of a stealth game. You just flip your way through the game. If you get caught, you just run to the next screen. Like, it's not really a stealth game in the same way that Splinter Cell is. Obviously that changed with the game over of the tech mechanic in the later Metal Solid games, but I'm not as fond of those ones. They're still amazing games, but MGS1 is like, you know, that's my personal cup of tea. Or it even says in Reverend's SLC pages UK. Nope. Like, when if my brothers were out and my mom was, like, doing washing or whatever, I'd, like, sneakily go into their room, grab their San Andreas copy, and, like, play it onto the bed. Technically, my dad got my GTA 1, like, on PS1, and then played it for, like, a day, and mom was like, no, I can already tell I'm misbehaving, I'm gonna take the game away, can't play that. It's 18 plus. I've read the news. It's GTA. They can't play that. That's probably why I grew up to be more like a Red Dead Redemption fan, because I simply was not allowed to play GTA. I did play it in secret, but I wasn't actually allowed to play it. Whereas by the time this came out, like, I wasn't quite 18, but it was close enough that I was able to be allowed to play this. I think that's the biggest reason I'm more of an RDR fan than, like, GTA. But I love both. Like, both series are amazing. Top class game series. But I'm more of a Red Dead fan, like, definitely. But that's a big part of the reason. You missed out on 4. GTA 4... GTA 4 looks like a really good game, but it suffers from the same problem that most games from around that, like, release date have, but it just has, like, some gloomy, like, grey kind of, like, aesthetic to it. And honestly, it seems like it does suit, like, the atmosphere of that game, but it still turns me off a bit. There's just like an oversaturation of, like, dull, like, colored games around that time. Oh boy. So I really wanted GTA 3. I really wanted GTA 3. Every time I went to the shop, I was like, oh my god, look! It's GTA, but it's on PS2. Please, please. And I've always been like, no, it's 18 plus. I really wanted to grow up with GTA 3, but I just wasn't allowed to. I mean, San Andreas wasn't allowed to, but I had siblings who were already 18 and they had a copy, and so when they were out, my mum was on the side of the house doing something, I'd play it then. But like, I really wanted GTA 3 to be like one of the cool games I grew up with. I just wasn't allowed to. So I asked her, she was sure because she said, your son's smart enough to know it's just a game. Yeah. Like, even the neurodivergent people, like siblings of mine, who weren't allowed to play 18's games until they were like 17 or 16. Hated 5, loved 4, that's a take. I know people that prefer 4 to 5, but they almost equally like 5. Red Dead Redemption 2 is actually a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1. I would still... Because the Easter eggs in Red Dead 2, I'd still say it's better to play 1 first, but like, Red Dead 2 is very much a prequel, so you can get away with playing that one before the first. I think it's better to play the first, but you don't have to. Yeah, I played Billy. I watched my brother play it a lot, and I got it on Steam, and then the Steam port was just like super unoptimized, so it's like, this is rubbish. I like the game, or at least I really enjoy watching my brother play it, but... Man, is a weird one, yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially based on what I've heard, the Windows Live version of GTA 4, which is the one that comes with Steam, that has super unoptimized controls. Even San Andreas, a PC does if you're using like a controller. Sometimes a keyboard, it will just like randomly stop taking an input. Or controller, especially on San Andreas, it will just randomly just not work. Leo, chill. Stop. 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 Yeah, I need to do another playthrough of Red Dead 2. I don't see myself speedrunning it, it's far too long. I know some people, they run like a specific chapter, but I don't really have a favourite chapter in RDR 2, I just like the whole game. Yeah, Leo, I said stop. Okay. Should have been 10 times as long, but he is of an ethnic minority himself, but you don't need to be saying shit like that. Like, that's completely unwarranted. Like, come on. Right, this has been a good Just Chatting stream. Alright guys, thanks for watching. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna be doing some menu practice after this, and some fight practice shit. Unhinged. What, Leo? Am I mad? I'm just... Like, why you gotta do this to me? Like, it just reflects badly on me. It's like... I don't want to ban you, but if I don't ban you, then it's just like... You know? Why you gotta put me in these situations? It's more shock than madness. It's more disappointing. I'll play Melee later. I took my pill like 2 hours ago, but we'll see. I mean, yeah, I woke up at like 4 PM, which is stupid, but I got like 6 hours sleep, which isn't that little, but... Typically, even if I get up at like 4 PM, if I've had like 2 hours less than what I usually have, then I'm just gonna like turn into a zombie. But... Alright. It's not even 11 PM sandwich. Alright, good to know. Yeah, let's pull up the emulator. My adult insomnia, yeah. Stayed up until like 7 in the morning last night. I tried to sleep, and I was just sat. Obviously, I wasn't lying there from when I was awake, but I was just lying there just until like 4 AM, just like not even drifting off or anything. I just inevitably fell asleep at like 7. We sleep when we die. Congrats. Welcome to 101 Biology. This is your professor speaking. I teach first year. Thing. I had like a separate scene. I don't think I did actually. You guys can hear the Vetriarch split, I'm pretty sure. Is that like my only... It is. But yeah, Leo, don't you think it just makes you look a dumbass if you just, like, to relate things to fucking race and stuff related to that, like you literally get nothing out of it, like, it's... Oh, look at me, I'm a quirky character. Look. That's good enough, I think. And it looks like the audio is coming through. I'm probably not going to try to get a PB on this arbitrary category bullshit. There's no one around to probably push for it, but we got people watching, so I'll just, you know, try to go through all these states and then just be done with it, rather than being like, oh, I've got to do it in a certain amount of time. You gotta remember to turn my tablet on. Because I've got my chat on my second one on, I've got the emulator on the first one on, so keep this tablet. Step 5, awesome. What happened? So I press F7 to get to the next state, and I press F4. But obviously F5 is right next to F4, and on Retro, if you press F5, it was on the menu. I could unbind that by going into the notepad file, like the config, and changing it, but I'd rather just complain about it instead. Here, when I'm doing these bars, I press F7 so that it's highlighting the next state when I need to load it. Then when I run to the screen here, fall. It's supposed to be 19. Long range. Some people refer to that as returns, but it's long range in this context. That's 18 and 19. I feel like I've explained this to you before, Leo. Like, you know how I was saying I didn't want to run any percent because then we don't have the long range material, and if you go out your way for long range material, then the run it can no longer be like you can no longer finish a run with competitive time. I've explained that to you before when I was explaining why I don't run any percent into the node slots, and I explained to you that as long as you execute properly, if you have the long range material for the final boss, you can't. There's no way you can lose. I've explained this to you before, but I guess I didn't. The difference is... Oh yeah, no, when I was explaining long range to you before, I didn't explain it to you as LR, I was just explaining it to you like, as my voice. But LR, in the context of F7 speedrun, is typically short for long range. Yeah, and that was going to be what I was going to do, but every single time I streamed my practice and I went to practice, you'd be like, Melee? 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 Like, bro, I'm clearly playing something else and you're asking me to play Melee. I wanted to learn the run for Galaxy, but you just constantly distracted me with fucking Melee. No, I did not run Galaxy. I practiced Galaxy to see if I wanted to run it, and I probably would have if you didn't constantly distract me and asking me to play Melee. Like, any time I would have available to be able to sink enough time to be able to get into running Galaxy and get a decent time taken away by being distracted by Melee. We are playing tonight. I don't know where my Switch dock is. Oh, you mean for Melee? Yeah. Memories of Leo thrown in red herrings. So that I'm completely demotivated to want to run it because I have to fucking deal with that shit. Hardest level in Galaxy. In a speedrun or casually? Both. So the hardest speedrun-wise is Honey Hive Galaxy. Because there's this like thing you gotta do on the trees. Especially if you're doing one player, like if you're using one remote instead of two. Like, if you slip up at any moment, like, the whole thing's just fucked. Watch Hardcore Gaming's one-player PV. Maybe the faster runs have it too, I'm pretty sure they do, but if you... I know for a fact that Hardcore Gaming's, like, a... 1P PB in Galaxy, and if Mario have it. Go to the Honey Hive Galaxy part of the run, which is probably like 30 minutes in, 30, 40, maybe even 20. And I think casually Honeycomb Galaxy is considered to be the hardest, but it's still not hard, you know. Yeah, it's very stressful. I mean, this is the practice variant where between each menu I run a bit. Sometimes, some of the splits I get into a fight to ensure that I've done the menu, but sometimes it's too slow to do that, so just run up a bit and enter the next screen to give myself a buffer between the menus. But, I have another set here which is literally just menus, nothing else. No practicing fights, no practicing set, it's literally just all menus. Just non-stop. 8 minutes of pure menuing. But this practice variant, yeah, like the first several splits have the same problem that D-spec splits do, but later on, you gotta like wait for it to load into fights, so it's not as stressful. Sometimes I fast forward through the loads, because the loads are different on emulator than they are on PS3 anyway, so sometimes I just fast forward through the loads, but even still there's like cutscenes to give myself a buffer between me practicing each thing. But yeah, like definitely the first 5 minutes of this thing, this little arbitrary meme category thing, is still incredibly like stressful. It's non-stop. There is a bit of like, you know, you gotta run up a bit here and then the screen here. Like there are some parts where it's literally just like holding like one input to get to the next screen, which gives you a little bit of buffer between it. But it's still pretty stressful for the first like 5 minutes of this. Like here, I wait for the dialogue option to like go to the next split. R1 please. Yeah, I do. It's very ghetto. Like I put Carbot in there, but then I haven't even connected Carbot to immediately give you a roll. Like I have like a live roll, and I don't even really announce my streams most of the time, but sometimes like Leo will message me and I'll just like put a message being like, oh, live in 30 minutes. I mean, it's, you know, it's very amateurish. I don't really pay too much attention to it. Oh, this attempt's dead. So that's fine. Yeah, I don't really, you know, My Discord isn't really something I push. I recently added the moderation channel, just in case someone wants to randomly cover a fucking slur. So, like, it'll filter the slur, and then I'll get, like, a notification saying who did what, or tried to do what. But it's still not something I'm, like, actively pushing. Planet Chaos is supposed to be, like, where our Discord presence is. If you're part of the group, like, apart from, like, the people who are partnered, most people use Planet Chaos as, like, their, like, Discord presence part. Like, they're a speedrunner and streamer, and they're in the Planet Chaos team. But, Planet Chaos isn't nearly as active as it used to be, so it's whatever. Yeah, I think I changed the invite because Leo is inviting some fucking weirdos or some shit. Sloge. I bought 700 gil, too much shit there, but in an actual run, what you do in that scenario is you just buy 2 less Molotovs before going into Gold Saucer. I mean, I'm literally just capturing my emulator right now, so you're not really... This isn't really a good example of what you're talking about. Like, I'm not playing on PS2 right now, so you're not seeing the full, like, effort I put into that. That's awful. D-pad, please. Hey, but right amount there. Yeah, and that's with pauses. But it's not just menus, like I said, or like I said, like at least 2 times. It's practicing boss fights and a little bit of steps as well. Well, Leo, now you understand why I don't join Discord calls as much. This is the regime I go through with my practice almost every Friday. Sometimes if I'm feeling a bit motivated, like once a day, but most of the time not. Most of the time just at least once a week. June 29. Swapping menu, but maybe the fight's good. But yeah, loads of different emulator to PS2, so I don't mind fast forwarding there. .96, 97, one hit. I'm gonna mini keep her, she has more of a chance of landing. Pal has more of a chance of missing his final attack here. Never mind. Uh, 243. We're aiming for 37 because the current load stance we're using on emulator right now, the load is like slightly slower. So we aimed for 37, but we had to exit like half a second earlier. So I exited at 36.5 instead of 37 to make up for the slower load. But the RDT we're actually playing with there was 244, 37, which is a hold and 0 menus. Menus are pretty sloppy right now. The fights are fine, but that's why I do like an extra set of menu splits after this one to make sure that my menus aren't sloppy, even if my gameplay is fine. I do an extra one for good measure to like polish up the menus a bit. CSR this skin here, so we don't have to wait as long. throw in 2 extra menus to shuffle the RNG a bit. I'll probably end up bonking, but... Okay, we better stick around, Leo. If you're not around at the end, I'm not gonna raid you. Yeah, I know. Thank you for letting me know, Reverend. But yeah, the timer's paused here intentionally. Because I put in the CSR disk here. These states are made with vanilla, but some sections are so long I just pop in the CSR disk. So I pause the timer for that reason, and I just resume the timer when I get into the fight. Because what we're, like, on this specific segment, we're measuring both the menu and the fight itself. We're not measuring the other stuff. And when we do the fight, it's mostly just to make sure I've done the menu correctly without having to sit there and go back in the board to see if I've done the menu correctly. I just get into the fight, and I'll be able to tell if I messed up something with the menu. But I do also practice the fights at the same time. So we'll use Big Guy immediately. Yes, as well. We do the menu practice and switchy stuff like that. Sorry. Just as well we're practicing the fights as well if I do switchy stuff like that. Okay, good cross slash roll. Bad death blow. Decent death blow. Flash. Oh, sloppy. Good. Okay, I'm gonna finish with the Sam. This is a good death blow. Ah, yellow. Just gonna get a ton anyway, you know. Don't target cloud. Nice schizo. Bro watches a 40-minute video, and then they see this fight, and they call it schizo, and then they literally just watch the video about it. And then doesn't even spell it correctly. Yes, his name's Red Dragon. Schizo is the first boss we fight in Disc 2. This is Red Dragon. But you said that with such certainty that it was just like amusing to me. That's clueless AH. Yeah, we take Sid to Schizo. That is correct. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad I wasn't. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not that on. Yeah, sorry, on this meme category thing I'm doing, this super arbitrary set of splits. I'm glad I wasn't on that particularly good of a pace, because I was able to just look at your comment and just rewind and be like, yeah, good Schizo. His name's Schizo. Yep. I'm playing on my PC, Error Eater. Welcome, by the way. But this is emulator. This is Dark Station on PC. I feel like a physics teacher. I'm sat here, like, just going in on one fucking user in chat, just being like, isn't that right, Leo? Just like, no. Oh, by the way, the rest of the classroom, this is the stupid person in the classroom. I thought I'd let you know that. I thought I'd remind you. Oh gosh. Well, the new Steam release, the latency's not that bad, and there's no double input glitch. Like with the 2013 PC release, there's like a double input glitch, so sometimes you press down and you get like 2 down inputs. Which you can play for if you're bold enough, but it's kind of risky. But fuck it, man. I've got like an hour and like 20 minutes-ish. Let's... No, it's not. You gotta own the game. You have to go own your game, Leo. It's free if you own the game already from your childhood. Sure, but you gotta have the game, you gotta buy the game and then get your own ISO. Alright, where's Cheat Engine? Alright, yeah, I've got like an hour and 20 minutes. I can sit here explaining some stuff. If you can stand the graphics, you can set the graphics to whatever you want on Dark Station. There's so much customization with how we can make the game look. if you're skilled enough and know enough about software, you can probably make the dock station capture look about as good as mine does on PS2. If you had like the correct filters and shit. Alright, C, capture cursor off. Let's see, crop pad. Yeah, it's really good, especially like if you want to forego using a rewind on dock station, you can use run ahead, which makes it feel like really fucking good. On Retrock with dock station, you can have both rewind and run ahead, but if you're just using dock station itself, if you're not using rewind, then you can use run ahead, which makes it feel basically almost as good. Close, depending on your controller that you're using, close to as good as it feels on like a CRT. But yeah, I'm gonna get into the elitist reason people prefer PSX here. It's not really elitist, but it's just kind of like people appreciate like the higher potential skill ceiling in the PSX version. For the no slots specifically, like for the no slots category, there's like a higher skill ceiling for very concrete reasons. Yeah, so let me close off the... Yeah, let me close off the irrelevant variables here. Dash, I mean, you probably know about Dash Vetri. He has a very good video on this. But I'm gonna try and see if I can explain it. In a way that doesn't cost an hour of your time. Like, he goes over the reasons here. I'm pretty sure he like goes through some comparisons between PC and PSX. Alright, but anyway, these are the... I mean, the field variables aren't that relevant near the bottom here, but these are the immediately relevant variables. So... Right. So you see the step ID variable here and the step fraction ID. Basically, as a 1 byte value, the fractions, it goes up to 256, which is actually equivalent to 0, and I think it's like every 32 is a fraction. Don't want to record anything. So yeah, so I'm going to frame advance here. Yeah. I'm going to hold down and I'm going to frame advance. So you see the step fraction value is 64 right now, right? And then moving down, the step fraction goes to 96. Yeah, I think it's every 2 frames, which makes sense, because it's actually every 1 frame, because field screens run at like 30 FPS. Every 2 VPS frames, you see the fraction variable advancing by 32. And when it ticks over to 256/0 here from 224, you see the step ID, how it's at 146 right now. 5 frame advance, again, 148. So basically, every time the fractions cycle from 0 back around to 0 again, your step ID advances by 2. And you'll see when I run to the end of the screen. Okay, yeah. You see, around at the end of the screen, the step ID is 182, but the step fraction is 32. We're on the end of this screen. It's step ID 204. Now, I'm gonna put that in chat. Step ID 204. What if I was to set that step fraction value to 0 here? So we're going to poke that to 0, and then we're going to... if I freeze the step fraction value, the step ID is not going to advance at all. Okay, yeah. Pokes the step fraction to 0. And... what if, at the end of this screen, the step fraction was to go back to 0? And I run in here. And I do the same movement here, which is just run down and left. And you see that my step ID is now 194. Now, the reason I'm doing the poke and the fraction value to 0 is, on the PC version, every time you exit a screen and enter a new screen, the step fraction gets set back to 0. So that means you can make up movement very easily, essentially. Because on the PSX version, each field screen you enter in and leave, the step fraction is the same as when you last had a movement input that registered. On the PC version, that fraction gets set back to 0 each time, so you can catch up on step ID. And so the step count ends up being a lot different on PC. For those sorts, people hard reset for the elevator just because it's really fast to do it and it just sets your list value to 0, which makes elevator very consistent. So they play with different formations. But in essence, the skill ceiling for movement in FF7 on the PSX version is significantly higher. I mean, you can just get lucky with fractions sometimes in PSX, but you're not going to get lucky on fractions at every single different split. If you get lucky on fractions at one split, you're probably going to get unlucky on the split in like a couple of splits time. Realistically. And on PSX, because the fraction value... Right, even on non-dungeon screens. This is a dungeon screen, because you can see it's a dungeon screen, because if I run around a bit, I'm going to get an encounter. On a non-dungeon screen... Yeah, this is obviously 7th heaven, right? There's no encounters on this screen. But you see the step fraction value still moving. You know, you can't get any encounters on the screen, the fraction value is still moving. Now, it doesn't, when it ticks over, it doesn't advance the step ID by 2 like it does on dungeon screens. Yo, cheeky, thank you. But see this fraction value? I enter the new screen. The fraction value is still there, so that when I get to a dungeon screen, you're just that one. Obviously this would never happen, but let's just say, for argument's sake, you've left 7th Heaven and you've just entered Broken Road somehow. We can call this Broken Road. Your step fraction is still 192 from earlier, which means that you're going to roll over to the next step ID sooner. You see, it took me 4 virtual frames or 2 field screen frames. I say virtual frames because like it's 4 refresh rate frames, but it's like 2 frames because the field frame rate is 30 instead of 60. So it's, you know, it took me 2 frames of a dungeon screen movement for the step ID to tick up to 148. But yeah, what if I say it's the PC version, so the fraction value gets set back to 0, and then we freeze that until the next field screen, for argument's sake. Keyboard, I'd be an awful hitbox player. Yeah, step fraction 0 here because it's the PC. Okay, for argument's sake, it's the PC version, so the fraction value gets set back to 0. So after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 virtual frames or 8 field screen frames instead of 2. Because the step fraction got reset back to 0 value, splitting the screen instead of retaining the step fraction value like it would in the PSX version of this game. It took me 4 times the amount of movement to advance step ID. I could boot up the PC version right now and show you. Like, you might not understand it now because I'm using an emulator to explain it. But the way I'm poking the step fraction to 0 at the end of splitting a screen, like enter a screen, exit a screen, I'm basically emulating the same way that variable works in PC. Because other than that specific variable, all of the other step variables work exactly the same as PSX. But the fraction variable doesn't. That's the main difference. So you just catch up on steps differently, and sometimes you get super far ahead on steps, so you end up having to burn movement, and that costs time. So if you want to be optimal, you end up playing with a different step route, and yeah, it's just awkward. Like even if you route a step route around it, you still end up having to force more at certain spots compared to the amount you'd have to force if you're on PSX. So it's not only a case of running on PSX makes movement harder. It's also just a case of there's not as much potential because you end up having to burn more movement and force the encounter for longer. Do I have FF7 installed? I don't. I'm not going to install it. But yeah, essentially, in essence, obviously the menus feel cleaner, they feel smoother. Like there's less dropped inputs and all that stuff. But the main caveat is just the steps. They just, like if that one variable worked exactly the same as on PSX, like all the rest of the variables do, it'd be the same. Like obviously, I mean PC would probably be harder because it's the same variables, but you're working with extra latency. But that one variable getting set to 0 each time you split a screen, rather than being retained at the end of each field screen or dungeon screen, it it makes catching up in steps a lot easier, and it means that you can get super far ahead on steps and have to waste time to force specific encounters at certain spots. I see people complain about blurry backgrounds of the console versions, mostly for speedrun and stuff. Blurry backgrounds, I mean, the HD version of FF7, it kind of like puts like some oil painting over like the already oil painted like scenes in the background. But I don't really, I mean, obviously I run FF7 on CRT, so I mean, I'm not even thinking about how it looks most of the time. I just focus on playing, but I don't really see blurry background. I just see like very detailed, like the backgrounds just seem very detailed to me. And even when I'm playing through my upscaler, like it don't really seem blurry to me. I don't know. Yeah, Retro J. I understand what you mean, because like the HD version, it does like add some more like oil painting aesthetic to the look of the backgrounds. Personally, I'm not a fan of that, but I know some people are. But yeah, personally, I prefer the way the backgrounds look on console. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I'm not under the impression that I articulated that very well. But, for the holes that I miss and for my failure at being succinct and being able to, like, break that down in, like, a digestible way, there is this Dash's video here. I'm pretty sure he covers the differences between PSX and PC at some point in this video. And also explains why some people are hesitant to do runs on emulator until they get a console. Because, like shown in this scene here, on emulator you can just load up this cheat engine thing and just like poke the values. And even if you're not poking cheat engine, you can open Big Shoes, which is essentially an extension of cheat engine specifically made for FF7 step root, and you can force values on that as well. Yeah, that's the Tiki Liger video. It's a good video for explaining like these mechanics to like people who don't necessarily understand the ROM completely. Yeah, they are. Like, that's how I got my start with 7, 8, and 9. Like, I ran all of those in emulator first. Well, I say that. For 8 and 9, I did a booster run first. But, like, in terms of, like, doing the actual run, which I don't see booster as, like, a lesser way of playing the game. But, like, based on, like, the general consensus of it not being the way it's supposed to be ran, I ran on digital for 7, 8, and 9 first, and then I got a console, and then I ran them on console. So yeah, they were awesome for that. Like they got my foot in the door. Like people are like, "Oh, you say you like Wii more than PS2, but you clearly ran PS2 more." But that's because the games I've ran allow emulator, which allow you to get your foot in the door and see if you and get a feel for it and see if it's for you, and then you like it, and then you end up investing. Whereas like a lot of Nintendo stuff, it's like people are like, "Oh, you don't need to submit, just run and see if you like it." You're not gonna be able to submit anything, so you're not gonna be able to get any like feedback or approval. But we can just run the game anyway. Which I've got a Wii now, but back when I just moved house and stuff, and it was just like I wanted to run some Wii games, but like Dolphin and shit was banned. So I understand why, but I'm just saying that's why I've ran PS2 games on the Wii. It's just most of the PlayStation games I ran allow emulator, so you can get your foot in the door and see if you like it, and then you can invest once you see that you do like it. Whereas we, like in a lot of Nintendo communities, kind of like gatekeepy in that regard. Yeah, Nintendo are shit. I mean, they're a good, they're successful, but unethical but successful. That's how I see it. Yeah, like, I love their games as well, especially like before the production quality. Well, not production quality, before the quality control became an issue, which very much became apparent when like Iwata passed away and like Doug Bowser took over. Even after like the production quality or the quality control was like greatly being impacted, like their games are still very good, but yeah, they're not my favorite company in the world. Let's just put it that way. I'm just practicing menus. I was in the middle of practicing Demon's Gate, and then first of all I practiced Red Dragon, and then I got to Demon's Gate, and then Leah in chat was like, "Oh, nice schizo." So I just rewinded, went on the Red Dragon fight, pressed select, targeted the boss, and then I just looked at the camera. I was like, "Yeah, nice schizo." Just being a cocky dick as I am, but yeah, I'm practicing menus and fights for now, essentially. Yeah, I hope I didn't override that chi engine thing. No, all the variables are still there. So yeah, I just got on a DG, but then I read like Leah's comment. 6-7. I don't really use big shoes either. Like Corn always pushes me to use it, but fuck it, man. I don't care enough. I'm on Dock Station. Or at least the cause Dock Station. Yeah, this is Dock Station, but this is Dock Station using the front end that Miesbaker never shuts up about, and for good reason. This front end RetroArch is very nice to use. They are very unethical with how they implemented Dock Station into their UI, or like just into their infrastructure entirely. It's very unethical and pretty shitty of them, but it makes like Dock Station from like this emulator feels pretty good to like this emulator feels as good as CRT. Like it goes from I can feel latency a little bit to just oh my god, this is basically CRT level of like latency. This is insane. Pretty shitty. Like RetroArch are also a shitty company, but it does like the game feels really good on here. Individual split times, hours, and min is a minute and seconds. But yeah, like RetroArch turns like I hate to say it, but RetroArch it turns Dock Station from like a 10 out of 10 emulator to like an 11 out of 10 emulator. Like it feels so good. Obviously, for some games, Dock Station's not so great. Like for Crash series, especially, I prefer Mednafen to Dock Station. But like just as a umbrella like emulator for every game, like Dock Station is insane. What's my PB and what in this meme category? Arbitrary bullshit I'm doing or like actual PB? I mean, I've never ran any percent, but my no swaps PB is 639.54. Yeah, I'm one of the best in the world. Yeah. I'm not. I'm. Oh, well, even when I was at my best, I wouldn't say I'm top level, but like some people consider me to be one of the best in the world. You know, like there's very much a noticeable difference, especially if you're at my level, between my skill level and like the top of the top. But no, that's my PS2 time. I'm top 10, which, in my opinion, there's quite a stark disparity between the skill level and top 5 and top 10 for this game. But I am top 10. If you were to merge both the non-turbo and turbo times on the board. Like I know enough about FF7 to know just how fucking insane like being top 5 is in this game can be compared to being like top 10. Yeah, like I'm on the 10 minutes off, which seems like insane on paper. I am pretty happy with that run, but yeah. In reality, objectively, I should have had like at least a 637 by now. With how long I've played. you know. It feels really icky saying I'm one of the best players in the world, but people do say that about me. I don't know. I'm just, you know, parroting them. Don't shoot the messenger, etc. I think I just have this, like, you know, preconceived perception that, like, if I give myself credit, then it's just like that just gives me, you know, just invites more criticism. But I mean, you know, whatever. Vanity puts yourself under a microscope. I mean, you know, if I was one of the best players in the world when I got that PBA, I'm not at that level anymore. I'm rusty at the moment. Maybe when I got the PBE, maybe I was, but right now, with my current level of gameplay, I wouldn't say that. The potential was there, maybe. This game's tough. You know, the game just, you know. I mean, even when the game doesn't let you through, sometimes you just make a mistake and the game just, like, punishes you super hard, and it's just very hard to swallow. I've definitely had, like, several nights, like, probably, like over 10 nights when lay awake and, like, man, I don't. Maybe FF7 isn't it for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it. But I get up the next day and I run anyway, and then I end up finishing, and I feel a bit better. But definitely have had a large amount of moments like that where I'm just like, maybe I'm just not. Maybe I just don't have what it takes. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it. Maybe I'm just not meant to run this game. You know. Definitely have thoughts of that a lot. At the end of the day, though, it's just a video game, so, like, who cares? It's not that deep. Most people in the no sorts community go through the same feelings, whether they are willing to admit it or not. Like, it's a rite of passage. It's just sink or swim. It's just the way the category is, the way the speed game is. Okay, I shouldn't have buffered into Big Dot here, I don't think. One hit. Nice miss. 2, 3. Don't okay. More limit bar. 4. 5. No, risky here. 6.5. Because it's gonna go into 9 anyway. So the way Demon's Rush works is it's every 4.5 Yoshi hits while Aeris is down, or every 7.5, 8.5, 9.5. Yeah, so it's every 4.5 worth of Yoshi damage while Aeris is down. 10.5. 11.5. That's the wrong fucking person. What are you doing? 12.5. This has to be eye roll. You're supposed to target Cloud then. Okay, we're fucked if he doesn't target Cloud. Yeah, as long as you don't low roll, it's typically 18 lucky Yoshi hits when it goes down, and it's every... Demon's Rush is every 14.5. So, based on Yoshi damage, or Yoshiyuki hit damage, while Aeris is down, and you only have 2 party members, every 4.5 is when Demon's Rush initiates. I think a lot of people do starting out. Especially like pre-Cosmic Canyon Skip and Calm Skip. Sorry, yeah. Pre those two, Red Dragon, like, I don't know. I remember like Adjaneb would famously say like he would be like more worried of Red Dragon and Demon's Gate. Ben, I guess. You know, he's like one of the best FF7 players of all time. And even he shared that sentiment. Granted, yeah, like, the strat we use for Red Dragon, post CC and Calm Skip, is quite a bit more streamlined, but for newcomers it's still like a point of concern, typically. Lot of pro crits, yeah, especially on Cloud. Bite opener on Cloud crits. You go into Red Dragon with like a 620 HP, max HP fucking Cloud, and you're like, oh, I'm safe. And then the opener is a bite opener, and it's on Cloud, and then it crits, and it's like, oh, good. So Cloud had all this max HP for no fucking reason. Awesome. If Cloud has like 584 max HP, and I go into the Red Dragon fight and he has like fast ATB, sometimes I'll try to like defend with Cloud. Especially if his ATB is like almost instant. Because even if Red Dragon bites Cloud and it doesn't crit, it can easily roll up to like 609, maybe even like 611 or some shit. It can mess up your weight tricking a bit, and like it can make the fight pretty messy, but like if I'm on a good run, and I notice Cloud has like a very low max HP, that can easily go down with one bite even if it doesn't crit. And he gets like fast ATB and it's like an instant ATB, I'll probably like try to defend with him, even if it makes the weight tricking a bit messy. I never used to do this, I used to just YOLO it, but now if Cloud doesn't have a limit ready by the time I enter Temple, I will just like, before I enter, like outside like the forest area, I'll like force like a bull, like on the grassy area just outside. And I'll allow that to hit Cloud and then get the limit that way. I never used to do that, because it's like, you know, it's quite a bit of finals. But yeah, I know it doesn't seem like it, but nowadays I like to just like play runs out as much as I can, even if I get tilted sometimes. Like, if I can do something to increase the likelihood that I get through, and I have enough time to work with, I'll typically just sit there and just force a limit to make sure I have a Red Dragon. I mean, you can do that, and then you get into the fight up with limit ready, and then that just gets crit anyway. Which is rather annoying, but... check people. Yeshiva. Well, play it safe there. I was supposed to R1 to sit after cancelling people's limit thing there. Yeah, this is schizo later. Nice crit. Just gets your ice breaths deeper and it's over. Doesn't let crit. Target. Sketchy please. Deeper. Okay, now we need to grenade Tifa, because she's going to be at like 650. So make sure she's in crit HP for the next phase. Don't let her roll, please. It was a good schizo too. If you're off forms here, don't bother switching A to be active. You're literally switching to A to be active just for doing two encounters. If you're foremost, you definitely shouldn't do that. Just keep it away. I mean, as a beginner, I'd suggest just not switching it to ATB active there anyway, in case you forget to switch it back to weight. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, in case you forget to switch it back to weight for Jada. If it's on ATB active for Jada, you lose on both fucking time. I'd advise just keeping it on ATB weight anyway. But if you have to put it to active, avoid doing that if you're formations. Case, aren't we? We'll skip those two, so I don't have to think about it. Also going to be red light, silence. Silence, okay. Yeah, silence opener. I mean, palette silence, you need to extra screen them, of course, but silence opener, what you do here is when you see the skull, put it deathly through and then you hold another. Then when it keeps A to B bar empties, you put it through and you hold. You don't have to hold, you can wait there, because you've got to wait for this animation anyway. With the silence opener, you don't gotta throw any mollies or anything, especially if Tifa lands the first death blow, you definitely don't have to. I'll leave a little bit of ATB there. Yeah, unless you beat KTB, then you probably will need to throw something. But if you get the red light opener, you probably should wait trick with the grenades and such. Zeal does like a really smart thing. He arranges by type before the Jada fight, and that means it allows him to like much easier like sell the equipment there. And because otherwise the equipment's always in like different spots, and he could accidentally sell something that you need. If you arrange by type, it makes it like, so much more streamlined. You should probably look at implementing that at some point. But if I do that, I'm gonna have to like go through and mess up my menu. There's 9 text boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, if you change how you do a menu in this game, you gotta go through all your save states to make sure it all lines up. It's pretty annoying. I think this is right. Yeah. Oh, we got one anyway. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Turbo. Don't know how Turbo activated itself, but... Strike enemy skill, HP plus, HP plus. Restore cover? Yeah. Oh no, that... Cover, HP plus. Down 2. Down 1, down 2. Yeah, it's a very sloppy menu. '21, '22. Teeth is gonna get first A to B. She has faster speed. Oh, I should have been down, I should have buffered there. Not right. Oh, I missed anyway. Excellent. Should have easily PB'd. I made a lot of menu mistakes, but it's fine. I'm doing like set of splits after this, which is purely menus and no fights. I could have very easily PB'd. We were 16 seconds up at one point even. Should have easily PB'd. I made a lot of like menu mistakes. But that's why I do like the menu set of splits right after this. This is the practice set of splits, which is mostly just the menus, but then some fights as well and a little bit of steps. But usually right after I just do a set of splits, which is just purely the menus. No checking if I did it correctly, nothing, just doing the menu and that's it. Cloud's the one with more MP. Does anyone know if there's a difference between E-skill speed between Cloud and Sid? Because if there is, that would be the optimal thing to base your order on, rather than doing it based on who has more MP. I do it based on who has more MP. Like, I pick out the person with more MP between Cloud and Sid. But potentially Cloud or Sid, I don't know, but there's a chance that either of the two might use the big god E-skill faster than the other one. So it might actually be more optimal to do it based on that. Like, if you have like plenty of MP in this situation where both have like 150 to 200-ish, it might be better to do it based on speed rather than who has more MP, but... Yeah, so there, Tifa didn't have to be healed, so I could just defend with the one who I would normally or typically heal with during a Dynamite weapons action. Again, Tifa doesn't get targeted. And if Tifa gets targeted again, third final possible time, then there's no need to heal her because the fight's already over at that point. Well, at least the countdown, like, by the time you finish countdown, yeah, you either kill him or countdown happens anyway. Should have went up instead of down there, whatever. Mid garbage skip. Yo, Jake, thank you, man. Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for asking. Nobody's getting in here. Not a fucking chance. Small chance Cloud will get in, but I mean, so yeah, no. Hojo still went first. Okay, landed. Nice. Alright, good luck, Leo. Maybe risk. Maybe yeah. My defender said there was a bit like risky. I would say. I could have got confused, but we didn't get punished. So. But yeah, I mostly played the fights properly. Mostly. It was mostly like the reason we didn't PB this set of splits is just based on menu and mistakes. But again, we're about to drill exclusively menus right after this. So. Be able to connect some of it hopefully. Slipped a bit of ATB there. Or leaked a bit of ATB rather. Double input, let's see. That double input there, that's nothing to do with the version, that's just a controller specific thing. I said earlier about PC having this like, or at least the old PC version having like this double input glitch thing. But that's to do with the game itself. When I get a double input, it's because my D-pad, like, because my D-pad's a bit springy, sometimes it'll like, I'll try to just press it once and I'll actually like do like 2 inputs worth, like 2 strokes worth. Yeah, someone was asking me earlier about Wario on PSX compared to PlayStation, steps and double input glitch. But I just had double input there, but that wasn't because of the game, that was just because I'm still getting used to like this D-pad. Joins D-pad. It's a very loose D-pad, so you just accidentally do extra inputs. And that's based on the controller rather than it being a product of the game engine itself. Yeah, we should have easily PB'd that set of splits. Didn't make the stupid menu mistakes I made, but we can correct it here in this next save state sprint, where I exclusively focus on just the menus and nothing else. Let's see. Very long range. Just press an input after another quickly. Yeah, I mean, this happens just on the D-pad. When like, if I use this controller on PSX, I get that sometimes. But it's more common on PC, like that, or at least more common on the 2013 release / 98, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, like, you can play for the double inputs. Like, if you practice it enough, you can get a feel for when they will happen. You can actually play for them. Like, if you have enough awareness in your menu. But double inputs as a result of your D-pads, that's not really something you can play for, because you can't really predict when you're, like, underneath layer of the pad will, like, go out of place or whatever. Meant to do earlier. Didn't want to give myself a fake gold there. There must have been something I forgot to do there, which made me save so much time. There's no other explanation. Forgot to pull up my tablet. In an actual run, I'd have plenty of time to pull up the tablet and have it ready here, so. That was not more. Down one, down two. What are you doing, man? Oh, Peter was already dead, but still unnecessary time loss. Oh, come on, elemental llama. I'm gonna rewind to see if yeah, I'm gonna rewind to see if I would have entered the fight and Tifa, see if Tifa would have been in crit HP or not. I'm just trying to see. I'll load the seat after and see what happens. But I must have potioned her before the hypal. Yeah, you need to be careful about that. Especially if you get a miss like that. I mean, I guess in an actual run, if you made that mistake, you'd just like throw a molly or a grenade here, I guess. Yeah, I guess that would be the backup. Sometimes if I have to do the red light, like strat for Jade up, I don't. Even then, I still typically have enough grenades here, because you get 2 grenades right before carry armor, and typically only end up having to use one of them. Not always, sometimes I have to heal Tifa up twice. Like during the countdown at dying weapon. But most of the time I end up having like grenades left over, yeah. I guess that would be the backup. Never mind, 666 is what I'm supposed to have there on this save state. Must have just messed up my equipment somewhere. It's one menu, I don't need to go through this whole sprint again just for that one menu. If I was to make that mistake in a run, I'd just chuck a grenade or a molly on people during the J-Symphysis fight. Not that deep. Ah, yeah. Good call. Good catch, Jake. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that would be the backup. You just like during one of your weight tricks, you just throw a grenade or molly on Tifa. If you don't have one, just hope she gets hit by the pentacle. But yeah, I'm not going for this whole sprint again just to correct that. Like, it's not like I equipped Chocobo Lure instead of long range, because that would have been cause for concern, you know? If it's like something small like that, like, whatever. Just try and keep it in mind for next time. It's inefficient to play out that whole thing just to practice that one menu, you know? It's objectively inefficient doing what I'm doing anyway, compared to just drilling each menu individually, but this takes up less net time, so... Like, you have, like, significantly less net time sunk in a specific day if you just practice, like, a sequence of menus rather than, like, drilling each menu, like, for half an hour. It's objectively more efficient doing it the latter method, but I'm not going to top up to 800 in case it overtops it up. 3307. Half of that is 1653. Half of that is 826. Ish. Okay, what's she on? So, her max crit HP is like 826-ish. What's she on now? Like 746-ish? Pretty sure. Yeah, it was a good call. Me not topping up her up to like 800-ish. Wait here. There's hesitation, so you know he's about to do Bizarre Energy, so yeah. If you were, like I've had it before, where you top Tifa up to 800 but she's back into regular HP. The backup for that is you just big guard with Sids and then you throw a grenade on Tifa. That's backup. It's that simple. If you make that mistake of overtopping her up. Like, if you're... Like, if the run's, like, you know, super tight and it's, like, very on the edge as to whether you're gonna break a gold time or break a minute barrier or whatever, sometimes it does kill that and it hurts. But most of the time, if you do that mistake, you just big guard with Sid and then you throw a grenade and a cloud. A lot of menu cancel if you press the circle next to the same time to close the menu, so you save an input and then close the first menu. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Managed looking smooth, thank you. We're still like, you know, 25 seconds off my PB. That's crazy. Like that practice percent set a split, so I think I was also like plus 25, and then I do these menus, and I'm also plus 25 again. But yeah, like 25 seconds slower than when my menus were at my best, but it's not too far off. Obviously, the safe state I used earlier, I put D-barrier. Sorry, I put Destruct on Cloud instead of Sid, so Cloud would have the D-barrier here, and I'd have the big god with Sid instead. But just do the reverse, it's not that hard. It's not too hard to do the old switcheroo. I want to use big god again, that's even bad. Potentially. If Tifa were to go down. I mean, even if she didn't go down, it would have been slow. You would have had to lose time to the actual big guard. That was close. Almost defended with Cloud too late. Oh, I did. I did defend with Cloud too late. Never mind. Well, I was running no long range. That potentially would have killed the I mean, you lose a significant amount of time here because you've got to wait safe to go up. So you'd still lose time here with long range. But... yeah, I think this is my first like sub-8 set of menu splits in a while. Granted, I did change my schizo menu because the way the save state was before was restore would be on Sid, so I'd have to swap the restore back to Cloud. So I saved some time there, which I wouldn't otherwise save. But still, first sub-8 set of menu splits in a while. Yeah, let's practice counter-attacking here, because of my PB I decided to on the slash, and that's obviously slow. I need to practice not making that decision. You can save 16 seconds by just not doing an input. Yo, Shiva, thank you for the raid. Oh, the stream good. Wait, did I did shout out. Did I? I don't know whether I shouted out, Soul Snake or not. I'll do that now, I guess. Yeah, thank you. Hello. Shout out Snake as well. I think I went to do that earlier and then I just forgot. Oh, I'm gonna wait 2 minutes. Easy 16 seconds for next time. Practice not doing an input. Let's go. My uptime gets to 3:49 and I've got to shout out Soul Snakes. I forgot to do that earlier. Oh, Cornfed's doing some more for Fake Casual. I might go over there after. Super. Oh, I read Super Bomberman there. Bomberman on the Sega Saturn. Hell yeah, nice. Love me some Bomberman. Retro achievements. That has retro achievements. The Sega Saturn Bomberman does. Oh, holy shit. Damn. Wait, Leo, are you still here? I mean, you just messaged Raid, just then posted Raid. Leo redeemed Guard the Raid earlier on. I might sound like a Headdy attempt, I don't know. I just got raided, so I need to offer them something. Sometimes I got up at like 4 PM. That much I got like 6 hours of sleep. I still woke up like 4 PM, so it's not like I'd be able to sleep straight away. Yeah, probably do like a Dynamite Headdy attempt. No problem, Jake. Thank you. I don't typically, I mean, historically I have been this way, but as of late, I don't really typically like running 2 different speed games at one given time, like having 2 projects like at once, but it gives me something to do when I like need to head out to work. You know, I've got some short game I can just run for work. Rather than just burning myself out on FF7. I could practice FF7 for work, but then won't really enjoy runs like at all when I get days off and actually find time to run 7. And also, it's like, you know, if someone just raids me and I've got like an hour more energy in me-ish, you know, just give them a little something. Unless you watch FF7 speedrunners like often, like you'll be able to like admire how fast the menus are, but you won't really understand what's going where and why this gets put there or why that gets put there. You know? Could just do another menu sprint to as a thank you for the raid, but most people are just going to see like flashy menus and won't necessarily understand what's actually happening. It would just be like, you know, they have like a power level of like 30,000 and they're watching 2 people with a power level of over 1 million fight each other. Turn around the street corner and it's like, oh. That looks sick, that looks incredibly impressive, but I can't actually see what's going on, so yeah. Not that I'm being conceited enough to be like, you know, I'm not trying to be conceited and be like, oh, I have a power level of 1 million. My menu's not that great, but yeah. It's just the difference between me spending hundreds of hours on them and someone who doesn't watch the FF7 speedrun really. My menu my menu splits have 25 hours of total playtime, and my practice splits of 35 hours, so that's 60 hours. But that's just the menu practice I've done with these splits. Like, I used to just practice and drill each menu for like half an hour each, you know. You have to put hundreds of hours into them. It's just I've got 60 hours of drilling them specifically with save states and racing my times. gonna change scene collection now. What? This is amusing. I'm not playing on my CRT at the moment for this game either, because I'm using the HDTV setting to save like 6 seconds. For 16-bit games on WeVC, they actually run at like a higher refresh rate on the HDTV setting than Wii. It's pretty fucked. But as much as I could, but like, you know, just... If I was playing on CRT right now, like, oh, I'm gonna let you guys look at this garbage Game Gear tier quality, and just play on my CRT, and I don't have to look at it. But I'm playing off of this as well. I can play off of the HDMI splitter pass-through for the HDTV setting. Oh. I'll put on the upscaler off and on. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, the OSSC Pro does that sometimes. Maybe it does. Maybe that's like an OSSC thing in general, but definitely my OSSC does that sometimes, occasionally. guess I don't have time to fill up the mug with the water unless the tea bag's already in it. And I think if I have my mug ready and the tea bag's in there, I have enough time to go down and fill the water up. But a little bit dangerous doing that. Yeah. Probably just shouldn't do that. Guess we're staying on the SNES launcher. Which has extra latency, but actually allows me to use all the three buttons on the bottom row. If I use my M30 on my GameCube Bluetooth receiver, he is on Y instead of C. It's really awkward. Otherwise, I'd just use that in a heartbeat. I'd absolutely use that instead if I could have C on, actually on C rather than on Y. That's very slow. Yeah, I do. You know, for Mega Man X, I should prefer Genesis controller. But when I first got in the game, I was absolutely of the opinion that I would prefer the SNES controller, but more around Mega Man X, actually, you know, I have more consistent Hadoukens with a Genesis D-pad. But with SNES controllers, you gotta like maintain a D-pad so you don't get like bad like accidental cardinal or diagonals and override your Hado. The Mega Drive controller feels much easier to have consistent Hadoukens. Quarter circle forward is better. Half circle forward is probably better if I actually knew how to do that. That's bad.
You've got a secret bonus point.
Like, when I first got into SNES, like Super Nintendo stuff, I think I was absolutely of the opinion, like, oh man, SNES controller shits on Genesis controller. But I think I was just kind of like laughing, you know, I was just like, you know. I was just parroting the opinion of my favorite YouTuber or some shit. It's like, oh, they all say it's good, and I just used it, and it feels good. Therefore, they're right that it's better. Growing up, I had no frame of reference. I only had access to Mega Drive controller. I couldn't tell you what was better between the two. First time I used the SNES pad, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I'm sure overall it probably is better for most games, like the SNES pad, but I think I prefer the Mega Drive controller. Especially a 6-button. Like, 3-button Mega Drive controllers, I could probably make an argument for why I prefer SNES controller to those. Like the 3-button pads. But the 6-button Mega Drive controllers, you're so... With the 3-button controllers, apparently, if you get one with a good D-pad, it's like, nothing comes close to it. It's like the best thing you can possibly use. But just in terms of how reliably you can get one with like a really good D-pad. Like, more often than not, like 6-button Genesis controllers, the D-pads are just amazing. Yeah, but I've definitely held that opinion before, so I don't understand why people prefer the SNES controller, but... As much as I want to say in theory it's a better controller, I have better results with the Genesis controller, like, absolutely. I perform better in my speedruns with a Genesis controller than a SNES pad, even if the SNES pad feels better. The SNES pad is more comfortable, I would say. Feels more fun to use, but I definitely have more consistency with the Mega Drive controller. But unfortunately with the, I'm not making this cycle. But damn. Should have grabbed the jelly bean. But yeah, unfortunately with the GameCube Bluetooth receiver on Wii, it lets you use the M30, however, with the caveat of your C input is bound to Y instead of actually C, which is annoying because A and B are where they should be, but C is mapped to Y. For Bonsai Heroes, I've got to mind that so much, but your diagonals have to really be on point with this game. Oh, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the face buttons. No, well, okay, the thing is, because I'm playing on Wii, every time I reset, because otherwise jumps on Y, and to make sure jumps on A or B, each time I reset, I'd have to go into the controller config and switch the config around so that jump is on A instead of C. If I was on a Genesis, I'm pretty sure each time you reset, that it would retain those config settings. You get into a wrong controller config and you have to reset, and it would maintain that same config, but because I'm on Wii, every time you reset, it does a hard reset. Otherwise I would use the M30. If I didn't have to change the button config every time, I could just put jump on A, and when I reset it's still on A. I'd definitely use the M30 instead. Because you have to change the button config every time, and C is bound to Y, and there's no way to rebind it to C. Makes me just want to stick using the SNES one shot. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, we're not going to get the one cycle here. Might even take it there. Yeah, that one cycle I got in my last attempt, that's the only one cycle I've ever had on Wii UC. I think if I played that well enough, technically I got one cycle there. Yeah, I was gonna be like, you know, I have the GameCube receiver and I connect the M30 to that. That way I can get the same, you know, if I was to switch to Genesis for this game, I could just get a Genesis retro receiver, use the same controller, and then, you know, my muscle memory would still be there. That was the plan. But I'm pretty sure if you connect the M30 on the Genesis retro receiver, C is actually bound to C. Unless you're playing like a 6-button game. Because what else would it be bound to? Because that retro receiver is programmed around the Genesis control scheme. So it wouldn't be as seamless as me just like, you know, using a retro receiver with this info controller on Wii, the GameCube receiver, and then when I switch to Genesis, I just use a Genesis retro receiver and I can just play the exact same way I play when I'm playing on Wii. I wish it was that simple, but I'm pretty sure that's not how it would work. I mean, if C isn't bound to C, it's not going to be bound to anything else, really, in theory. So I'm pretty sure with Genesis retro receiver, the Emperor would still have C on C. So I would still have to adapt a bit. And if I still have to adapt a bit, then, you know, it defeats the purpose. Because if I have to adapt a bit anyway, I'd rather just stay in the SNES controller and then just adjust to a Genesis controller if I get a Genesis for this game. The only reason for me to get Genesis for this game is just so I don't have dropped inputs, or at least when I have a dropped input, it's because I timed it incorrectly. A lot of the time, like on the final encounter of this game, the boss that's called Final Encounter, which is the final boss, like when I'm jumping over the orbs on the blue orb phase, right at the end I feel like I get cheated and I get like a dropped input. It's really annoying. I feel like if I played on an actual Genesis, that wouldn't happen. That would be like the only reason I get a Genesis for this game. Damn. You're supposed to slip off of the second platform there. Oh, I'm dead, I think. Whatever happens here. Shocking run. The new Steam controller will cost $100, like the updated Steam controller design. You know, I'm not trying to be contrarian when I say this, but I actually really liked like the original Steam controller. For Dreamcast games especially, like certain Dreamcast games just have like a lot of like inputs. But even aside from Dreamcast, there are just some games that require a lot of like different inputs that you have to do. Not different input combinations, it's just like the amount of independent, like, individual inputs you need to do for certain things. There's so much that you have to do. The Steam controller is very good for that. Like I could have access to all of these like inputs without having to use a keyboard. What am I? Suddenly raid boss for no fucking reason, and I have been for the last few attempts, and I don't understand why. I practiced it once, and it just clicked immediately, and I'm just like... Welcome back, Jake. Yeah, good warm-up. I'm gonna open a second instance of Live Split. Edit splits. Negative 4429. Edit layout. Not edit layout. Settings. Global hotkeys off. Yeah, you guys can't see it, but I have another timer set to -4429, which is my PB. When I played that amount, no matter what. Oh, obviously, like if I'm in the middle of a run and the timer gets to 0 and then picks it up, I'm not just gonna be like, oh well, the timer ran out. But like, if I'm on a shit run, or if like a run dies and then it's just about to tick up to 0, then I'll just call it. Yeah, the TLDR M30 has C on Y with the retro receiver, which makes me just want to stick using the SNES shot. Because I'd still have to adapt to a Genesis control scheme if I was to switch anyway, because I'd have to get used to C being on C again. So let's play around a Golden Axe and still not sure how we should hold that controller. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't played Golden Axe to know. I've definitely ran some Genesis games where it's significantly better or more effective to like use claw grip. I don't go into the run thinking you need to use claw grip. You need to use claw grip. It's not like that. Like, I have to intentionally use claw grip. It just ends up happening, you know. It's not pre-orchestrated. You have the mindset of, oh, I have to use claw grip. It just ends up happening as a product of running the game. And there are some Genesis games that ran where I have like more consistent results with claw grip, like certainly. But you know, I don't really know. I don't know beat 'em ups that well for a start, but beat 'em up speedruns especially, I'm not well versed in, so I'm not really sure what to say. Three finger method. Yeah. Yeah, M30 is very good. Before the M30, I was using a retro flag wired controller, which is on the Mister. I don't have a Mister yet, but there's like a chart out there for like latency of USB controllers. The retro flag wired controller, like the 6-button Genesis one, it's one of the. I think it's top 10 for controllers with the least latency over USB. Primarily being topped by the wired version of the M30. The wired version of the M30 supposedly has like 1 ms of like latency, which is fucking insane. If you use a wireless one like I do, it has like 10 ms or something like that, literally. But I mean, that's still really good. Yeah, the retro flag wired controller, that's a really good one as well, but again, it's wired. If you want a Bluetooth controller, that's not what you're after, really. And the use case, like if you're using if you're using some adapter to use a USB controller on a Genesis, I feel like most people who want to do that is because they want to be able to hold the controller wirelessly. So the M30 is better for that. I even fucked up the pussy strat there. The strat you can do where you like you use your head like you press action with the head immediately. One hit away, I think. Yeah. You hold up and use the action of the head instantly, and you can just get up. But your timing has to be very good. So instead, what I do is I go to the right a bit more, and then I hold up left. But when I fucked that up, it was super newbie. It's like you're already doing a new version of the strat. And yeah, I meant to reset it. I've been not holding left enough there for some reason. It's really annoying. But yeah, I really liked the first Steam controller, so the new Steam controller is probably insane. Costs a pretty penny, but it seems like it's worth it for specific use cases. But yeah, because the retro receiver for GameCube/Wii, you know, it's specifically designed for GameCube, so it's on the GameCube port. So at all times, I do have it connected in case I want to switch to it mid-run and do what Bob's here does for SM64 blindfolded. He has like 2 controllers plugged in at once. But personally, when I've actually been on PB pace, I haven't found a good time to like do that efficiently. I'm sure the more I grind this game, the more I'll find specific spots where I want to use that controller instead. But obviously, yeah, if I'm using the SNES nunchuck, the controller default, the controller config is going to be on default, so I'd have to play the N30 on default control config with a jump on C, which is actually Y, which makes it really awkward because Y is like one of the, you know, grey buttons at the top. I'm gonna take that. Nah. A really slow hit on the Trouble Rune there. It's not really a good precedent if you're already fucking up, like, that early into the run. Especially, yeah, like, if the fast split's literally just like an auto-score, it's literally just an auto-score split, so it's not that important. I'm basically not even playing slash running at this point. You don't really start playing until stage 2. The run doesn't really start until then. Not in the way that most speedrunners say. Like, a lot of speedrunners say, like, oh, the run doesn't start until X, Y, Z. I don't mean in that way, I just mean in the sense like that you literally... unless you're going autopilot like I was last time, you really shouldn't be losing any time in the first split. Really shouldn't be any variation until stage 2. So basically the run doesn't even really start until then. In the way that most speedrunners mean when they say the run doesn't start until X or Y, that would be Gatekeeper. Like after Babyface. Like the stages after Babyface, like Gatekeeper. Right after Gatekeeper, that would be when the run actually starts. Depending on how good your time is. For world record, certainly, the run doesn't start until Gatekeeper. But in the sense of screens and stages that actually are supposed to have variation. Yeah. But yeah, as long as... You can see like a couple of frames there, but... As long as you're paying attention, you really shouldn't lose any actual significant time there. You just time your hit. Like, it's not that deep. So if I fuck up a hit, then it's like... Yeah. That first hit I probably lost a couple of frames too, but that's not what I mean. I mean like hitting doing the action too early and then having to wait like a quarter of a second.
Yes.
Apparently I own the place because I asked that they wait for a response when they knock. Apparently that's me imposing authority. Cool. I tried to explain that there's 20 people potentially that don't want to hear it, but it's like pushing a boulder up a hill. It's just impossible to explain.
Yes.
You've got a secret bonus. You've got a secret bonus point. You've got another try.
That run I had the other day had a 457 Mad Dog split.
Yes.
Like, not him doing his thumbs up there, like, literally, when we enter the next screen, or the next stage, 457.
Thank you.
It's been a while before I get a run like that. Even then, that's probably like 10 seconds off record, but for me, that was insane, 457. Hold it up left, you know. Yeah, we gotta wait a cycle here anyway. Yeah, we have to wait a cycle here anyway, so I may as well get the opportunity to grab that jelly bean. Second best pace with a 5:05 stage 2. Not bad. I meant to press left then and give me an off left. Weird. Take a hit. Oh no. A bit slow, but it's fine. Wow, that's terrible. We're gonna have to wait until the third cycle here. That's abysmal. Never mind. Still really slow. Like, to initiate the first phase of vulnerability, it took me like, what, 10 extra seconds?
Got another try.
And then that second cycle kill was pretty slow as well. Oh, I thought we got the soft lock there. Wait, no. As soon as you see that thing in the middle of the screen, you can't soft lock on this screen. It's only a soft lock if the center body piece of that enemy stays at the bottom of the screen. That's how we know it's a soft lock. 4 seconds here. 4 seconds to save here if I play it perfectly. We're probably not going to play it perfectly, are we? What was that, man? Unnecessary damage. Oh, are you kidding me? Ah. Please don't give me a limp dick ball, please. Yeah, best case scenario. Well, before we made that mistake there, the most we were saving was 4 seconds. Thought I'd just like cut my losses and just go for the safe strat there rather than going for the damage boost. We got the damage boost back up last time, but what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, all that slot and we still save time on that split. So my personal best case scenario split there isn't even that much better than my sloppy split there. Take a safe there. Oh, that's not safe, that's just stupid. Still save time. Might wait a bit here.
Yes.
Running against, well, no, we're not running against gold anymore, but our PB segment here is only 7 seconds off our gold. Could potentially be 25 seconds ahead. Highly unlikely, but at the moment we're 17 seconds ahead. Realistically, we're going to be like 40-50 seconds behind after this, with reasonable RNG. Maybe more bad RNG. Not a great start. Yeah. Could have been worse, I guess. So each time that Trouble Brune on the right there goes like up and down a bit, he either has a chance to squint his eyes and go to the center of the screen where you can damage him, or he'll like, yeah, like this, in this phase, he takes damage. But if he like does that, you know, shake his head a bit, then he's gonna get chunked out of the tower. And it's completely down to RNG, whether he goes into the swim phase or the head shake phase. You can influence it a bit, like here, if you hold down in the opposite direction. It speeds up the process of him getting back to the right side of the screen. That's mostly just RNG. We know it's a terrible Star Wars if we hear, you got a secret bonus point. Because the whole point of that secret bonus point is you have to survive the screen for a certain amount of time. But sometimes you just get a pattern so bad that you just get the secret bonus point now. On the JP release of this game, it's always the same pattern. So the secret bonus point makes more sense in that version, because you're going out of your way to survive here. But on this version, you just sometimes just get the secret bonus point. Yeah, okay, we know it's a terrible Star Wars because we got that. You got a secret bonus point. That's how you know you got chapters in Star Wars. Wow. From second best pace to 10th best pace. But we're still in the top half of our paces, so I'll keep it going for now. And also the best possible time still so as possible. By the time we get to Gatekeeper, the best possible time is realistic. We've got to be above our PB, but... play it out for now. You gotta allow the RNG to come to you, you know? If you're not playing out the runs to heavy RNG points, you're not giving yourself a chance to open yourself up for it. We didn't save a cycle. Oh, I missed several hits there. That's terrible. Might get another full cycle. I've really been slacking on this fight lately. I'm getting complacent on my piano method. The piano method here is like a noob strat. Much more skilled this time though, shit. If you actually time it properly, you can get a 2 cycle here. Never been able to do it though. Low free cycle, but still a free cycle.
You've got another try.
Thanks for the follow. Oh, I forgot to change game, didn't I? Fuck. You're empty. Welcome. Yeah, good morning. It's past midnight. Yeah, I got raided earlier, after my episode practice session, just after 11, so... thought I'd send a little Headdy attempt. Okay, see, this screen's weird. This claw here in the middle, it doesn't start... This life bar doesn't start going down until about... here-ish. So you don't want to start damaging it. I mean, I accidentally started hitting it before that point, but you want to try and avoid doing that. So that you're not messing up your damage cycles. You can lose like a few frames if the damage rotation is like off sync, if that makes sense. Like if you start damaging it a bit too early. You start damaging it a bit too early, really. Laser. We'll wait until the next stream to get the laser. That's fine with me. I'll watch out for the laser here. Okay, really, I gotta push for the one cycle here, really. Otherwise, 42 is impossible. The only way we get 42 here is if I push for the one cycle, which means I need to like damage boost a bit. I mean, I damage boost at the start of this fight anyway, but like I have to be a bit more aggressive with it, if that makes sense. Oh fuck, which means I'm more likely to like die to babyface. Yeah, I didn't press down in time there, so it doesn't look like we're like... We're gonna have to wait an extra cycle. But that's fine. That means we don't need to damage boost as much on this next phase. Play a bit more safe here. But yeah, if you typically want to go for the one cycle, it makes babyface like very scary. Because in order to go for the one cycle, you need to like damage boost a bit more. You need to be a bit more aggressive with your quote-unquote damage boosting. Which means your life is typically significantly lower. And typically you can't take any hits on the next screen. And if you even survive the next screen, then the babyface is a bit more sketchy. Yeah, 42 is now impossible for me to get. I didn't press down in time just then, but let's grab more HP for babyface. We even went down the pace placement. That's how sloppy that was. Oh man, it's fucked. It's over. Oh, it's this. Yeah. Even if I make it through here, babyface is going to be super scary. We do get a jelly bean at the end of this screen, like at the end of the stage or sub-stage, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But... almost took a hit there. Yeah, I'm gonna be shitting my face. Shitting my face now. I'm gonna be shitting myself with babyface. If I take a single hit or maybe two hits in the final phase, then we're probably dead. I haven't died here in like a while, actually. Might be a bit demoralizing. And then we're taking an extra hit here. During the trash mold part of the fight. That was very close to the puppet there. push him on lock a bit there, really. Went out of the way for safety there, so like the claw on the left side of the screen doesn't damage me. I think in theory I might have been able to take a hit there and save a couple of frames. Just so I'm like shooting the old man a bit sooner. But it's not too big of a deal, really.
Another try.
Yes.
Thank you.
A couple of days ago, or maybe like 4.5 days ago, I was looking at Chrono's tutorial for this first phase, because I keep on like losing unnecessary time in it. So every like 5 jumps, Heather jumps to the other side. Just need to... Okay, I'm really glad I watched the tutorial now. This is much cleaner. It's still sloppy, but like I've been losing like 30 seconds here lately. Like no joke. Yeah, but it looks like what? 8 seconds compared to my gold, but my gold had like a really lucky pattern here. And we saved time over PB. Yeah. Still need to practice the fight, but just watching the tutorial helped me understand that a bit better. Helped me adapt a bit more. Okay, I didn't take any hits in the fast phase, so just damage abuse it. I knew it was going to be the Beano. So what I did there was I made his claw go off screen in the hope that it would give me the bomb case, but instead it gave me the Beano instead, which gives you a secret bonus point, but we're doing 80%, so it's not really that relevant. Okay, with the right claw, he can't grab the bomb case because he's got Heather on his right claw. Again, he's doing the right claw. It's annoying. Oh, I was meant to be up left there, not up. Come on, open.
You've got a
Technically, PB's yeah, I think technically I can still PB. Oh, wait, no, I can't. My PB's 429. That was my second timer doing. Alright, 2 minutes on the second timer from negative 44.25. Okay, yeah, I guess we just play this out. Just finish out the stream of this. Yeah, we can't PB though. I mean, we're even doing bad compared to averages. That's how good my gatekeepers have been lately. Oh, don't know how I avoided rocket damage there. I guess I was, yeah, I was all the way to the right by the time I became vulnerable. Alright. Thank you for stopping by, MT. Good night. Thank you. Okay, here we walk into the pillar to avoid taking damage from the rocket. You take significantly less damage from the pillar itself than the rocket. My average is at 48 now, that's insane. That's how good my run was like the other day. 2 days ago. The run was so good that my average is down to like 48. Oh, no way. So bad. Okay, no, the cycles are fucked here. Oh, fuck it. Just take the hit. My PB's deathless, I don't need to care about going for a deathless run. Oh, like, I'm a minute behind PB, but oh, the run's deathless. Yeehaw. Don't care too much. I'll just take the hit. Come on. Oh, wow, that's nice. Oh, damn it, man. Started the fight off good, but and it's messed up the rest of the execution. We still save time compared to PvE. Yeah, we've got a 1.5 there. This is a 1.47 probably. I've dropped input. Couldn't get the hammer case there. Tragic. Embedded there.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was a close one. Almost crushed myself there. Yeah, stage 7 was terrible. Few hits already, that's not very promising. 3 hits already. noise. Wow. It's a stupid place to take a hit.
Yo-ho! Yes! Yo-ho! Yes!
Come on, what is this? It's gonna run out, isn't it? Yeah, this part here, like, it's really bad for dropped inputs. I didn't have a dropped input there, but that's because of, you know... I was trying to jump early to make up for the extra latency and yeah. Dropped input, awesome. I could risk it here and keep the hammerhead, but it'll make things awkward. We don't have lethal yet, so... I'm gonna keep the hammerhead here because we're so close to the end of the fight. Might make things awkward for the final hit, but oh nice, I got that. Watch out for the yellow downgrade. Cool, nice final encounter. That's the second fastest run I've ever had. Yeah, getting a 46 when I was almost 3 minutes behind PB at one point. That's my HDTV PB. Which, you know, on the surface it's like, well, SDTV's slower. But when I'm playing Wii on SDTV, I can play on my CRT, and obviously because it's slower, it's easier to react to stuff. I mean, it's not slower by enough to really notice it with the human eye. But yeah, like 4429 that was with a CRT, this is with my monitor through HDMI splitter pass-through, so... You know, it is 6 seconds faster in theory, because it's running at 59.94 rather than A2. It's, the game feels harder because, yeah, it feels like you have more dropped inputs, even in theory it's the same. Just Wii shenanigans. Like, this, I feel like this game feels significantly easier, like SDTV on the CRT on Wii versus the HDTV setting. If I had a PVM, I could use the component. I could get like a component splitter or like an component active buffer or an active component buffer. Use on the PVM. But I don't really want to do that. I don't want to get a PVM just so I can play Wii games on RGB. I don't even play Wii that much. I was thinking, like, I had a thought cross my mind that maybe I might, like, delete my current 4429 just so I can have a run on the board with, like, a more clean capture. But it would move me down 2 spots. Sorry. 3 spots. I would move down 3 spots on the board, which, you know, I'm not even in the top half anyway, but I don't want to make myself sink further down the leaderboard, if that makes sense. The whole goal is to move up in the leaderboard, not like move down in any positions. If I had like a slower run, but I was like roughly the same position on the board, I'd consider deleting my current run, just so I can have I could have a Dynamite Headdy run of mine on the board with like a cleaner capture and like more communication, you know. More talk to chat, more like, you know, activity. Rather than my current PV, which has like the capture, sorry, it has the mic and the webcam off until the run finishes. Yeah, I'd move down like 3 spots on the board, so there's no point doing that. I'm still gonna, yeah, you know. It's a bit cringe, really. I'm gonna call this my HDTV PB 4606. Yeah, that's... Obviously, if you're good enough for this game, you can get the worst possible RNG and get like a 39. This game is like that. Like, you can just get handed a terrible hand, but if you're good enough, you can still get like under 40 minutes. But even still, like, you know, based on where my skill level was at, like, I had like a terrible Star Wars, I had a terrible Gatekeeper, but the RNG for both of those was pretty bad. I still could have reacted to the Gatekeeper RNG a bit better, but the initial RNG is still pretty bad. Like, terrible RNG on both of those, still getting like a 46. For me, that's good. For me, that's really good. Again, like a really good run of this game would probably be able to take that same RNG and get like a 39, but I'm not even close to that level yet. What's my summer best now? Do I have any other golds? I don't think I did. Yeah, no. Yeah, on stage 9, like, my net time save on stage 9 was 1 minute and 9 seconds compared to PB. It's pretty promising. It's good to know I have like 1 minute and 9 seconds to save there. I mean, yeah, this was a gold, but I can hope to get RNG as good as I just had and like potentially save 1 minute and 10 seconds. Oh, see, today, you know, I was just running, like, as a reward for someone raiding me. Like, I just finished my 7 practice and I got raided. It's like, sound like a Headdy run, just so I'm not, like, taking a piss with it. So I wasn't really in the headspace for going for a PB today, I just wanted to, like, run for the sake of running. And ended up getting my second best run / HDTV PB. Or AP PB. So what does that push my summer best down to? 39.41. Current fastest VBC time is 39.26 for the looks of it. Yeah, 39.26. Yeah, still got some work to do with my summer best. Still gotta practice some screens. But it's getting down there. Then when it gets down there, I need to work on consistency. That was attempt. Well, actually, no, it wasn't attempt number 42. I had like a few attempts and I closed my splits. So it's actually wasn't attempt number 42. And also, you know, on RetroArch when I used to run, I have some attempts from them on this splits file. But that was attempt number 42 on this splits file. Let's call it. Yeah, I'll save these as a comparison. Well, now I can delete my false latest comparison, because I have a latest comparison that's faster than that now. $216.636. 349. 5.183. 5.956. 93.881. Oh. Scroll down a bit. The subsplits. Nine 23.03. This isn't the time to be lagging, please. I don't want to have to fucking redo these. No way. Oh man. Please let me click a cell. It's not letting me click a cell. That's fucking annoying, man. I have to redo these. Awesome. I can't even... This is not even letting me copy and paste them. What is this? I hate when it does this shit. Write all these down again. Awesome. Move, rename. Add comparison, HDTV PB. I'm gonna have to click OK after I add each, like, split time. 216.636, OK, right click, edit. I'm gonna have to do that every time to make sure it doesn't get stuck like it did before. 349.990. 505.83. 1.453. 640.649. 753.823. I'll press OK after the end of each stage. Like, I'm not going to do it at the end of each sub-split. 123.093. Okay. I'm 15.645. 49.519. 5.956. Okay, right click, edit. $16.21.18. 17.42.600. 940.881. 5.950. 2346.789. 2501.547. 27.648. 58.088. 3224.847. 3316.18. 3458.466. 3646.023. 3824.720. 4241.139. 66.496. And I'll open up detailed timer and change it. Comparison 1, personal best to current comparison. Let's check to make sure these are accurate. Or can be reasonably achieved. 216.63, 153.35. That's dog shit, by the way. 115.19, 46.27, 59.9, 103.17, 49.27. That was awful. 49. That's like 5 seconds slower than my PB, and my PB already has a bad closing count. 49. Tisk tisk. 152. 33. Losing 6 seconds there is pretty cringe. 46. 245.16. What is my average there? My average is a 247. That was 58 seconds slower than my average, and we still pulled out 46. Fuck me. 121. 58. It was a slow free cycle rather than a quicker free cycle. I know it doesn't make sense, but you can save time with a better free cycle, believe it or not. 58. 15. Awful. That's a literal auto-scroller split, or it's supposed to be. Like, you have that split there just to break up the variation of the boss on the next auto-scroller. And I still lost like almost 2 seconds there. That's stupid. 150. I think that's pretty typical. Like, well, some of my best has the 1 cycle, but more often than not, I don't get it. So I basically have 12 seconds tax every run. Yeah, my average is a 150.07. And that was a 150.83. There's only like 7 tenths to 8 tenths of a second slower than average. Basically average. So I need to internalize that I basically have 12 seconds of tax on this split every run, unless I really decide to push for the 1 cycle and risk dying to babyface. I went into babyface with very low HP that run, and we still survived, but more often than not, I like to get in my head about it, especially if it's a good run. This run became an okay run, but at the time it was a bad run. I still bitched out and went for the 2 cycle instead of 1 cycle. 114.75, again, that, like... Well, you know what I was saying about that first split being a literal auto-scroll split, that you just have to break up the variation on the next split? This split is literally an auto-scroller split. It's not like you can lose a few frames, like in the first one. Like, this is literally, like... You just avoid dying for the whole screen, and you just grab the jelly bean at the end, and then you hold right at the edge of the screen, and you just split. There literally is no variation here. So it makes sense that's so close to the best. Best segment's basically fake. 51. That's like half a second. No big deal. 105. Still not great, but compared to the analysis paralysis that I've been having, it's a lot better than it has been. I'm glad I looked up the tutorial. Even though the RNG I got on the next phase was terrible, I'm still glad I looked up Kronos tutorial. Still need to practice it, but I understand how the patterns work a bit better now. Or how to, like, adapt to the patterns better. 326.75. Again, I'm pretty sure that's worse than average. Yeah, average is 3 minutes. So, off of the major RNG points alone, compared to averages, not compared to PB, but compared to my average Star Wars and Gatekeeper, I lost 1 minute and 24 seconds. That is ridiculously bad. We still pulled out a 46. 51, pretty standard. 42. Yeah, I messed up the cycles at the end. You can really get fucked on the cycles at the end and lose like half a minute and then end up dying. Or even get to the end of the screen and lose like 1.5 minutes. So I was able to react well enough, but I still messed up the cycles, so we still like lost 12 seconds to our best. This split, I started off the final fight, like the final mini-boss at the end of the screen. I started off properly, but I didn't like adjust it properly afterwards. Still, it was still faster than my average segment there though, even with a death. Like, with a death, I took a death there intentionally to fill up my HP, and it still ended up being a faster segment than I get on average on that split. So 38.69. Basically the same as PB. Yo, when's a Kuku? What's up? Man, I think on average I'd die if I'm Trin Freaks. Yeah, my average is 2 minutes. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. 46.41. 255. Okay, yeah. I've done the comparison thing correctly. Go me. Yeah, this game's pretty fucking cool. Or at least it was today. I had a lot of fun playing it today. Like that run I just did just then, that was a lot of fun. It was given like really bad RNG, but I adjusted to it pretty decently. Not insanely, like I still could have adapted a bit better, but still played the hand I was dealt pretty decently, I would say. And pulled out a gold in the final split, so that was good. So I have a 44.29 and a 46.06 under my belt now. I think that's close enough to say that my current PB wasn't a fluke, but it's still going to take me a while to get that same RNG again. Abyss was live, but doesn't show up thumbnail anymore, so I'm gonna assume that he's no longer live. I'm gonna check anyway, but yeah. Oh, Leo redeemed the he redeemed the guide the raid thing. Let's see if he's on. Okay, let me check if he's live before I message him. It's probably a good idea. That sounds like the proper thing to do. Alright. I'm gonna see if Leo's about, because he did redeem that earlier, but if he's not, I'm gonna raid someone else. Wait, the blue badge beat Bacon Man? Won 17 attempts, 19 seconds needed. So he has a 1819 or 1818. Oh, shit. Well, damn, Blue Badge has the 118.18. In fact, he's 22 seconds ahead right now on the final Worlds of Prima 2. World 7, Stage 7. Beating Baker, man. That's fucking insane, dude. Holy shit. But yeah, I'm not gonna go over there, because he's on a good fucking run, and I don't want to fucking... you know... ruin his concentration. So we'll probably go over to Cornfeds. He's doing his first FF8 playthrough. With the end goal being that he's going to learn the run for FF8, which would be cool to see. And obviously he's doing a casual playthrough, so there's not really too much of a problem with me raiding him right now. Might be in a heated card fight, or card battle, or whatever.
Nobody's been here once. Yo, Tommy, what up, dude?
Let me double check my Discord one more time. This is usually an end result if he deems it and then he's not around. See how it is. Yeah, he hasn't messaged me back. I guess I'm gonna have to try and refund them. Yeah, thank you so much for the raids, Sourcenic 982 and Shiva PSO BB. Really appreciate it. I've been saying this a lot lately and then just not following through the next day, and then I don't put on any stream whatsoever, and I just fucking waste the day. But yeah, I'll try to make an effort to actually do some 7 attempts tomorrow. We'll put a decent amount of practice in today. Hopefully it pays off. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Some FF7 no sorts. Peace. Wish Corner have fun.